It's really to provide a safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Libox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry, right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
Audio feed? It is. Haha. All right.
Take two.
Let's see if I can do that again.
It was great. Just
Good morning. My name is Nico Johnson, executive producer of Suncast, and you are watching us live from the show floor at RE Plus 2022 in Anaheim, California. This is the PowerUp Media Zone Daily Morning Show presented by iSun. I'm joined by my illustrious co-host, Julia Piper.
hello, Nico. Great to be back with you. I'm Vice President of Public Affairs at GoodLeap, also the host of the Political Climate Podcast. Great to be with you in the PowerUp Zone. You are powered up this morning, I can tell.
I am.
Hearing your voice.
You know, I feel like I'm getting used to the whole idea of speaking to a camera again. It's I have
and real people in one room.
And real people. I should say that actually. I speak into a camera pretty much all day, every day.
Yeah.
Having an audience has been really remarkable. It's been something that is refreshing, and
Energizing.
it makes me want to be in an audience more, right? It makes, and I'm thinking like Suncast needs to do more. Probably Polyclimate needs to do more like video stuff.
Video, in-person, live shows.
Live shows.
Great.
Maybe we do a Polyclimate Suncast mashup.
We should
look
at that.
We should do like a road trip. That would be fun. All right.
Scheming.
We've had an amazing 2.5 days here in Anaheim, and it's really been a tremendous show. The energy and vibe on the show floor is incredible. We got a great lineup for you today. We are going to kick things off. We're looking down the aisle to see if she's here yet, but the CEO of SEIA, the Solar Energy Industry Association, Abby Hopper, is going to join us. Mm-hmm. We've also got our friends from Dynapower, Rolando Mater and Chris Larson are going to join us.
Yep.
And then we're going to wrap up with game on, Sean Dufosse from J&B Solar. He is a dynamo. Love his energy, and we're going to wrap things up with Sean. But on the show floor and in the education session, it still is a remarkable opportunity to learn today.
It's a busy day. Things are not over yet. If you look at the schedule, there's several sessions on microgrids. There's, I know, sort of a trend around optimization and solar intelligence, getting into the nitty-gritty of how to not just deploy, but get better at what we're doing here. All kinds of sessions going on today, so take full advantage of that here at RE+. And kudos to SIA and SEPA. They've been doing these educational sessions, like detailed action, hands on the ground sessions, and they've been running hours on hours. And so great, thanks to them for putting together these resources for the industry.
I'm going to fix your mic for you.
Please do.
Yeah, right there. Perfect.
All right.
And I'm going to make a shameless plug because who doesn't love donuts? If you're walking around and wondering, where could I get food right now, you should stumble by the drum bass booth because they have Ninja Donuts, and they're amazing. And I just think that is such a great morning trend that should keep going. Ninja Donuts for the win at drum bass.
Yeah, all I need is a salad right now, though. I've had, croissants and coffee every day.
Oh, my gosh.
Love donuts.
Anybody that was, by the way, for what it's worth, and these are all shameless plugs for people that didn't pay us to talk about their companies. If you were at the Shoals party, I can understand why you didn't make it back to the show floor. Understandable. It's like being Tuesday night fight night.
90s hits were playing, let me tell you. It was a blast from the past. Can you hear it in my voice? I was singing along.
I feel like you can hear the pop rocks in my voice right now. They had push pops, ring pops, pop rocks, even little discs that were like Zelda and Excite Bike, like all the old school 90s lore that we all, well, at least my generation
I started to feel
loves.
really old. It was right then when I was like, oh, I'm over the hill.
I think we're not quite over the hill yet. And by the way, what's old is new again. So the 90s is an era. It's a bygone era that's worth revisiting, in my opinion. It was well worth it. Kudos to all the companies who hosted for the entire show. Tremendous effort on your parties. I mean, the parties are what give us a chance to really let go and meet people and network in ways that we wouldn't have had a chance to before. The REC guys were dancing their brains out last night at Heat Ultra Lounge, and of course the night before was the Fight Club, so it was crazy.
It's community at the end of the day, and that's what this event is about. Everyone can do business deals on Zoom to some extent, but this is where the magic happens and the industry grows and thrives. And we said earlier, talking to Julia Hamm, this isn't just the biggest clean energy conference, it's the biggest full-stop energy conference.
It's amazing.
Having people come together in this way is so powerful.
Yeah. We called our first our party on Monday night the Suncast Family Reunion, and that's really what it felt like here in Anaheim this week. Was a big family reunion, and it's hard to imagine how with 25,000 people here this year and probably more next year in Vegas, how we can maintain this family feel, but somehow we've got to do it, right? And we're creating a bridge from folks transitioning from traditional energy to clean renewable power. One of the companies that is helping make that happen in remarkable ways is a company called Dynapower. I'd like to invite two of the Dynapower folks to join us here on the stage this morning. We've got Rolando Mater, Segment Manager for Renewables at Dynapower, and Chris Larson, Senior Director of Clean Energy for Dynapower. Welcome, guys. Go ahead and adjust your headsets. We'll let you get seated here. And remember, you can get as close as you want to that microphone. It's not going to bite. You can move it. You can pull it in there and you lean in on it. Rolando, you want to get it up, though. There you go. Perfect. There you go. All right.
You got a couple old guys here. We're talking about the 90s. Our decade was the 80s.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, exactly. I love it.
Totally hear you.
Yeah.
I was born in the 80s, but I can't fully claim credit for it.
Well, I was officially born in the 70s, and the 80s, I have a lot of good memories from the 80s. Not like Back to the Future is still one of my favorite movies.
Absolutely.
There
Classic.
you go.
Well, if you like the 80s, you're probably going to like the
Oh my gosh! They brought us one of their famous T-shirts.
AC/DC,
So good.
DC. Oh shoot, DC. Sorry, I have been covering it.
DC, which actually
we're going to talk about
is apropos because one of the things that Dynapower is best known for is DC coupling. I wanted to talk a bit about some of the trends that you're seeing here, and there is this emergence, I feel like, of DC coupled hybrid projects at large scale. I want to hear kind of your thoughts on the hybrid project trends that you're hearing, the conversations you're having, in particular, how solar in particular is being coupled at scale with storage, and this emergence of the idea of hybrid and the confluence of these technologies. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to just say congratulations for the acquisition. You guys have recently been acquired by Sensata, and that's a tremendous growth opportunity for Dynapower.
Yeah, we're very excited. Yeah, and thank you for the question. In reference to the trends, I mean, when you talk about DC coupling, and years ago it was kind of new, and Dynapower was one of the first ones out there to the market to it, but we're seeing it more and more as an aspect of not only that people are asking to know more about it, but actually even on some of the requests from the IPP and developers. So that's a trend that we're seeing right now.
So what are you hearing from developers? What do they want to know? How do you explain it to them? What's the opportunity?
Well, it's funny because before it was more like explain to them what it was. Now they kind of know what it is, and they just want to see how it's going to work with their systems. So definitely that's one thing, and we're also seeing a lot of more inquiries in reference to the reverse configuration of DC coupling, which is also something that we're spearheading in the industry as well.
One of the other trends that I know that you guys have a finger on the pulse of, and we had a whole hour on it, Chris, on Tuesday, was this concept of hydrogen. In particular, how to leverage clean electrons from solar plants into hydrogen. Have you been hearing a lot at the show about hydrogen, or what's the conversation around that and the confluence of these two technologies coming together?
Yeah, well, you know, Nico, I'm a solar guy through and through. So when I joined Dynapower, which at the time was primarily known as a battery integrator company, it was really because I saw battery storage as an enabler, an enabling technology for more solar. How do we deploy more solar? What's happened is that we're now seeing this pretty amazing trend in real projects, and I think that's what's interesting, is that the green hydrogen term has been out there, everyone's talking about it, but the reality is that projects are actually going into the ground. We're working on one right now. It's a 220 megawatt solar coupled project to produce hydrogen in Utah. So these projects are real, and again, it's really exciting, right? There's this industry. The hydrogen industry has been around forever, right? This is not new. What's new is really the crashing together of the technologies, using solar, using wind to produce green molecules, green hydrogen. And for us, it's kind of exciting because it sort of takes. We're a technology company, right? We make rectifiers, we make inverters, we make DC-DC converters. So we're taking these rectifiers, which we've been using in different industries, mining, all kinds of different government facilities, able to take that technology and apply it to electrolysis. And it's so exciting for me as a solar guy to see real projects going in the ground where we're taking solar, rectifying it, and producing hydrogen. So it's exciting.
I didn't know you could borrow the tech in that way and use it again in a different application in that fashion. That's interesting. What other markets you're seeing for green hydrogen? I'm curious as you think about the end use.
That's exactly my question. I love it.
The example that I use, and I think this is so cool. So BMW, I'm going to give them some props. Their customers came to them and said, "Hey, we want a green vehicle." BMW goes to their parts suppliers, the folks who are making the metal for their cars, say, "Hey, we need green materials." So those suppliers are going back to the steel industry and saying, "Hey, we need green steel," because our end customer, BMW, and their customers are looking for products that are green. Well, the steel industry uses a lot of hydrogen, so great opportunity for the steel industry to say, "Hey, go down." They're going downstream to their hydrogen producers, say, "Hey, we need green hydrogen." So that's just one example where a real customer need is being translated into this new technology and approach. Because I think it's interesting. It's a great question, Julia, because we keep thinking, oh well, it's just these are government-funded, government-sponsored projects, which is true to an extent, but ultimately there is a consumer demand for this.
Right. I think there's new support in the Inflation Reduction Act to help support the hydrogen sector, which is exciting because to your point, there are sectors like the steel sector that are hard to decarbonize, and you need fuels like hydrogen, and hopefully green hydrogen in particular, which is lower carbon than say a gray version or blue version, to help support that sector in its decarbonization efforts. That's how we get the true 100% decarbonized world.
Yeah, it's steel, it's plastics, it's also the refining industry uses hydrogen as part of the process. Cement. People are talking about green cement now. So
long haul trucking, maybe.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Exciting times.
Very exciting. Very exciting.
Rolando, I have one final question before we bring Abby up. In the conversations you've had with developers, what's been the general sentiment around the bottlenecks that they're trying to solve for as they come out of this show?
Well, definitely. I mean, supply chain was a big issue this year. So one of the things that our developers were keying in on is what our plans were, or what the industry is planning for, to make sure that we secure certain aspects of that. And I think that makes everything kind of an easier transition from the concept to the actual execution of the project.
Fantastic. Rolando and Chris, it's great to have you guys here. Thanks for taking your time out of your busy morning. I know it's wrapping up on the show floor. There's always...
DC.
Thanks for bringing us your DC shirts. And hey, Chris, we'll see you back in North Carolina.
You got it. You got
All
it.
right.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
All right, thank you.
Next up on the docket is none other than the CEO of Solar Energy Industries Association, Miss Abby Hopper. Abby is going to come up and get accommodated here while Chris and Rolando. Good morning, Abby. Good to see you.
Bringing some color into this space. I love it.
Yeah, just right here in that seat. You're fine. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
And then you can choose to wear the headset if you like. It'll help you hear us a little better, maybe.
Sure. Does it have a right and a left?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
You're the first in 3 days who looked at it and chose. Oh, that's upside down. There you go. Who chose the right versus the left ear cuff?
Really?
Yeah.
She's a pro.
Look at that
She's the
attention to
boss.
detail, Dan Whitten. No, I wasn't. I wasn't. I want to thank Dan Whitten and Ellie for doing such a great job of helping organize Abby's schedule so that she could be here today.
Yeah, it's lucky we got your time. I know you're busy.
It's so amazing.
Yeah, well, so we want to kick off with, we're well into the conference now. We're looking at down the end of it, but I wanted to kind of bring back to some comments you brought up at the beginning. You talked about the fact that this industry is going to be a $150 billion industry by the end of the decade. So just to reiterate what you're seeing in the potential here, but then I'd also like to insert a little bit of reality check of what's it going to take to get there.
Right. Well, first of all, thank you guys so much for having me. And for anyone who's here, God bless. It's Thursday morning and you're still with us. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Jen and I were just talking. We're so fired up. Like, I have all the enthusiasm I had on Monday night, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Although I do like your red. Those are nice headphones there, Nico.
Yeah, you like
got red ones.
Like the velvet?
Yeah, I do.
Velvet, right?
Those are for the pros. So I did. On Monday night, talked about a $150 billion industry and invited people to think about what part of that they could own. Because I think it's such a big number, right? It's really hard to figure out.
Put your head around.
Yeah, what does that even mean? But when you think about, like, oh my gosh, I could grow my company quadruple, right? I could add a whole new product line. Maybe I'm a regional player and I can go national. Or maybe there's just so many, not even what ifs, but like what could be, right? Which is a really different thing. But what's it going to take to get there? Well, we have the policy certainty in place, which, oh my goodness, huge. You guys are veterans of this industry longer than I am. And so you appreciate how impactful that is. But so I've done a lot of press interviews over the last few days, as you can imagine, and I keep getting asked, like, well, are you done? Like, what do you do next? Like, you just go on vacation for the rest of 2022?
Check out.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to, but I think I might get fired.
Yeah.
No, our job now is to figure out how we go from the vision to the reality, right? Like, what stands in the way of execution? And in my mind, there's a couple of things in particular, things like transmission and interconnection. So what do we need to do to get to 150 billion? Figure out a way that things can actually get plugged into the grid, right? And lines can get built. What else do we need to do? We need to make sure we have a workforce, like literally have people available to create $150 billion worth of economic activity, and ensure that workforce is diverse. And I would say the last thing, there's a number of things, but I would be remiss if I didn't talk about supply chain and bringing that manufacturing base back. So not only is that inherent in the 150 million, but it is, the growth of our industry is really predicated on having a stable, ethical, affordable access to supply.
Right.
And that's what we're doing.
I think there's some other sectors of the industry that are looking to take advantage of that too on the residential side. So there's more work to be done as we think about tweaking the bill or working on implementation, getting it to really maximize the intent of the language. So that work is not done at all.
No, and for anyone who's sort of not a veteran of this of legislative battles, that's totally normal, right? Like we should not view this as some sort of failing that there are tweaks needed or enhancements needed. This is part of the legislative process. You can't pass the bill, $369 billion bill, and think you're going to get every contingency right. And that's the really exciting work, is right, as companies innovate and try to adapt They say, okay, everything works really great, but this one interpretation or this one limit or this one, like the 1.8 gigawatts on the low-income adder, I hope we blow that out of the water, right? I would love to go back to Congress and say,
let's do more.
Let's do more.
Yeah.
We don't have to limit ourselves. So, that's what we're focused on is more and better and faster.
Well, I'll give the plug for SIA. Your team has done a great job not only advocating for the bill, but now moving to the implementation side, working with the agencies, the Department of Energy, the EPA, et cetera. So if you're not a SIA member, become one.
Thank you.
That's the way to support.
And even beyond becoming a member of SIA, Abby, I want to talk about something real quick that we talked about on Tuesday on a panel that Julia and I spoke with Mike Casey. He pointed out that we're roughly 2,000% outmanned, outgunned by the call it fossil fuel industry broadly, specifically around our political action and how we rally our community to fund our version of the truth, as it were, right? We'll call it the truth, but I don't want to. We have to have a more than a family atmosphere. We have to have a rally cry because we are truly outgunned on Capitol Hill, and there are people, as Mike said, I didn't even realize this is a career profession that you can create. Your career track is create FUD and take it to Capitol Hill, and to the tune of like $4 billion versus our like less than $500,000. Okay. So the obvious question here that I'd love to hear: how can we as an industry really, despite our various sectors, utility, DG, et cetera, how do we rally around really pouring capital into this sector? And what does that look like for folks who maybe don't understand political action the way that you do?
Sure. No, it's a really important point, and Mike and I talk about it frequently.
I'm
sometimes
sure.
over text, sometimes on the phone, sometimes in person. But a couple of things, right? Like first I would say $369 billion act of Congress, that comes, and I know we might talk about great responsibility, right?
Yeah.
And so we are despite what folks might think and despite how they might feel it sometimes, we are a mature industry and we are growing. We're taking market share from those established fossil fuel interests. Yeah. And so we certainly have lots of arrows at our back. And so we've got to fight and defend ourselves like established industries do. And that means we have to have all the tools at our disposal. So we have to have a great communications plan, and we really got to tell the positive story of this bill, right, and what it does and how our industry is creating jobs. But we also got to have C4 money, right? We got to have money that we can go and do political ads, and it doesn't have names attached to it, right?
Yeah.
Like think of all the ads you see during election season. It's like paid for by, we like solar PAC. We need that.
Yes.
We do have some of that. We do have a C4 infrastructure.
Yeah.
But we also have a PAC, a Political Action Committee infrastructure. And that means that we at SIA and individuals and companies can give to electeds and spend time with them.
Yeah.
And I don't really care if you think that's, if that seems a little, doesn't really
maybe not
suit
core to
you.
business.
This is the point right here.
Yeah,
It's like it doesn't matter how that feels to you.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter how it feels. Like
Yeah.
I could care less.
Yeah.
You got to understand this is how it works, right?
Yes.
You can have a discussion in another forum about changing the role of money in politics, but until then, that's how it works. And so we got to be in the rooms.
Yeah.
We
It can
gotta be
also
in the
help
rooms.
business, right? You can create local connections. You talked about
Absolutely.
equity and bringing more communities in. You have to put the time and effort to engaging where you work, and that
Yes.
includes your elected officials, that
Yep.
includes your city council, etc. So we said this on another morning show, but if you have a project, invite your local leader to attend it. Go to
Yeah.
that ribbon cutting, share that moment with you. That's how you get
Yeah.
buy-in that's
Right.
really durable.
Right, and it doesn't need, it would be great if the President of the United States could come to every single one of our ribbon cuttings.
There's too many.
That's probably an unlikely, exactly. But your local city, like you said, Julia, your mayor, your elected, maybe your congressperson, maybe their field staff, all of those connections matter, and it's sort of this brigade of moments.
Yeah.
And you also never know, right? When the mayor is going to become the governor, is going to become the senator.
That is right, yeah.
And we've all been doing this long enough that people that we just sort of
California's a great
hung
example.
out, right?
Yeah.
You hang out with, and now you're thinking like, oh, you're the Secretary of the Interior. Ooh,
Exactly.
Okay, that's pretty helpful.
All of a sudden, when President Biden took office, a lot of our friends are suddenly working for the DOE, working for directly the president's cabinet.
Right.
Well, we're running out of time. I have one more question.
Sure.
Next year, Vegas. What do we have in store? I think it's like 25,000. I know you guys won't tell us the official number, but can we hope for 30, 35,000 in Vegas? What do you see? I mean, what a tremendous legacy that you and Julia have put together here. And to see it now just blowing the doors out in Anaheim, and also representing the most varied clean energy mix that we've had at any show,
Right.
including incorporating hydrogen, which is fascinating. What do we have in store for Vegas? What should we expect for next year?
Oh my goodness. So we will be in Vegas. I didn't know we weren't saying the number. Whoops. It is north of 25,000. I will say that.
Yes, fantastic. We hit it.
It is definitely north of 25,000 and a huge increase. I think in Vegas we're going to see a much bigger increase.
Wow.
Because more and more people are going to come into this sector, right?
Yeah.
The capital knows where we're headed, like markets know where we're headed, customers know where we're headed. And
Yeah.
so that's what we'll see. And I do think some of those technologies you said, electric vehicles and hydrogen in particular, continuing to be larger and larger portions of our show. Because Julia, you talk a lot about this, sort of the integrated aspect of this. Customers want a solution. They don't really care as much about the individual product.
Yeah.
And that's partly what this show tries to do, is show how all of these technologies and technology sources and energy sources fit into a solution that fits the customer's needs.
Yeah.
So I am looking forward to seeing you all in Vegas next year.
As am I. I can't say that I'm looking forward to being in Vegas, but being in Vegas with you is how I'd like to do it.
Exactly. If I gotta go, I'm gonna go with my 30,000 of my favorite solar storage, hydrogen,
Yes.
fuel cell, electric vehicle
EV.
friends.
Well, that is a perfect cap to what has been a really fun 3 days of daily morning shows. Julia?
Look forward to seeing the $150 billion industry we're all going to create together in collaboration. So thank you and the SIA team for all your work this week. It's been really fun, and look forward to Vegas.
It has indeed. My name is Nico Johnson, executive producer of Suncast Media, and you've been joining us here for our daily morning show live from the PowerUp Media Zone. I want to say a thank you especially to my co-host, Julia Piper. You've been tremendous. It's always fun to share the stage with you. You have way better questions than I do. And also thank you to Abby once again for joining us. You're amazing. Always love having you on the stage.
Thank you guys. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah,
It's real fun.
Thanks to the SIA and SIPA team. Thanks to the RE Plus and SETS team for helping us orchestrate all of this and pull it together. It's truly not been 1 month or 6 months. It took us 3 years to bring this to life. And I'm glad in some ways that the pandemic gave us a little buffer to bring this into reality. It has been a dream come true. Thanks to all those who've watched us on our live stream at suncast.live, and thanks to those who've come and watched us here in person. We are completely have a debt of gratitude to everyone, as well as to the two of you.
And congrats to you for making this a reality. I said it early on, but we had a Zoom call early on, and you talked about, I have this idea of like a booth, and there's going to be people like Abby Hopper coming by, and you made it happen with these fantastic sponsors who supported the effort, and I think it's a fun, convening space, so well done, Nico.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Nico.
Thanks. And last but certainly not least, thanks to iSun for bringing the morning show to life for everyone. Thanks to Fluence for being our presenting sponsor, and all of our wonderful supporting sponsors, AES, Aurora, SMA, Solreet, and Sungrow. We hope that you'll join us next year in Vegas for our morning show. It will be much the same format, we hope, in a much bigger way. Thanks again, and we have another wonderful interview coming up right now with my friend Amy Simpkins in the Power Flow podcast. If you haven't subscribed, you please should do that. She's going to interview the one and only Julia Hamm right here in about 2 minutes. We're going to take a quick selfie before we turn
Close
off
it out.
the mic.
All right.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then we're going to do this one. Ready?
Okay.
Didn't have selfies in the 90s.
1, 2. Everybody say hi. Yeah. That's the only one we have of the audience. That's great.
Yay, best audience.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
PowerFlow, and in my day job, I'm also the CEO of MuGrid Analytics. So here at the PowerFlow podcast, we're all about amplifying diverse voices in the energy revolution because we believe in collaborative innovation, that the only way to move the industry forward is to welcome all voices to the table and all incredible minds to the whiteboard. So we're about hearing about people's passions, hearing about people's adventures in the industry, and then their dreams for the future. I am so honored, beyond honored today, to welcome Julia Hamm, President and CEO of SEPA since 2004, providing leadership and strategic direction for that organization. She is responsible for guiding and overseeing all of SEPA's research, education, and collaboration activities for its 1,100 member companies and the broader energy industry. Julia is a visionary nonprofit leader at the center of the transformation underway in the electric power sector to a clean and modern energy future, as we can see all over RE+. Now, something that's not in this bio, but I have read, is that you are the founder of this incredible event, RE+, formerly known as SPI. Is that the truth?
That is the truth, yeah. Do you want me to tell the quick story?
I hope it's not quick, but yes, please do tell the story.
All right, well, a little bit of history here. So this year is SEPA's 30th anniversary. We were formed back in 1992. And when the organization was formed, it was basically the brainchild of a consultant who put together a board of directors. And initially, in the first years, the organization didn't have staff. So there was a board, and they had a management contract with this consultant and his company. And a year out of college, I started working for that consulting company, so SEPA became my client. So from 99 to early 2002, SEPA was my client, but I wasn't actually an employee. And then I left for about 20 months to go do something else, and the SEPA board sort of hunted me down and said, you know what, we want to go a different direction. You know, we just had a board meeting. We have two options. Option one is we're going to actually hire, you're going to come back and we're going to hire you as our first actual employee to run the organization. And option number two, if you say no, is we're dissolving the organization. And I was 27 at this point, and I thought, well, gosh, if I'm ever going to take a risk, now's the time. But also, because I had worked with the organization, I knew the huge potential that it had. And I also knew and had been watching what was happening in the solar industry in the U.S. You know, in the early days, the first decade of the organization, there was not a solar market in the U.S. It was still purely in the RD&D phases. And so by the time the SEPA board came to me in late 2003 and said, listen, we want to hire you and we want you to come run this organization and sort of turn things around, I said, okay, on one condition. I said, my condition is I've been watching what's been happening, and while there have been many solar conferences here in the U.S. for multiple decades, actually, at that point, there hadn't been a trade show. And I said, I've been watching, and I think the market is finally at the point where it really needs and would benefit from a trade show. So I will say yes to coming back and sort of taking on this sinking ship of an organization and trying to turn it around, as long as you let me make my first and sole priority being creating a trade show. And they agreed that there was that the time was right, that there was a need in the market. So I came back in January of 2004 and spent all of my time creating the show for the first few years, and that before ultimately, and I brought Sia in as a partner right from the very beginning. And then in 2009, we created what was the SETS entity, the LLC, which is now RE+ Events, that runs the show for SEPA and Sia.
Incredible. I love the story, and I told you yesterday or the other day when we were talking about this interview that this event has been so impactful for so many people, obviously to make the business connections and the business partnerships that are so important to drive the industry forward, but also for individuals who come here and say, yes, this is the industry where I want to be. This is how I want to make a difference in the world, including myself. My first SPI was 2017, And I saw Julia and Abby, who was on the previous segment, take the stage in Las Vegas that year and just was wide-eyed and said, this is right for me. This is where I belong. So I think your impact goes so far.
You know, and I would tell you, I love all the stories about the people who've actually met here and gotten married, right? Like I love the personal stories too that come out of this.
It's so true. We're all humans here, right? You know, it's not just about business, right?
Yeah.
It's about relationships.
Yeah.
Totally. Oh my gosh. So thinking back to kind of, we're looking backwards a little bit because you're at a precipice. You're at a crossroads here. You're stepping down from your position at SEPA, probably by the end of the year, you said? Mm-hmm. And this is your last RE Plus from the stage, at least.
Correct, yes.
And so let's take a minute and look back. You know, in addition to SPI, RE Plus, what are your kind of favorite moments from your career at SEPA?
Oh my gosh, that's a tough one. There have been so many. Well, you know, as you said when you were introducing me and sort of talking about my bio and about SEPA a little bit, I mean, we really are, the organization is all about collaboration. And so everything we do is intended to bring stakeholders with diverse perspectives to the table to work collaboratively to find win-win solutions, and both to overcome barriers that we're facing in order to accelerate the transition, but also to create and take advantage of opportunities. So, you know, I think, gosh, so many of my favorite stories are things where, you know, we've seen those collaborations actually directly result in things in the ground, you know, actual projects being built. You know, one other particular highlight for me, and it's another program that SEPA does, that we've been doing since 2008. We do these things that we call fact-finding missions. And typically they are international in nature. So every year we take a group of energy industry executives, largely electric utility executives from the US abroad for an entire week to just dive deep into a particular market and what's happening there and to bring the learning back to the United States. And that week, honestly, is one of the most impactful weeks, from my perspective, for SEPA every year. Because what happens is, you know, I go on these trips with these people, and, you know, at the beginning of the week, I talk to them and I understand, you know, where their head is at, what they're thinking, what their current perspective is. And by the end of the week, everybody has changed their mind about something. Right? There was something that they were very adamant about. They thought they knew, you know, or they thought was the right decision or direction. And by the end of the week, they're like, I was wrong, right? Like my perspective on that, I didn't have the full story, or I had misperceptions, or I didn't think this technology actually could do anything, and now I've seen it has. And so I love then actually seeing what they then do when they get back to their home office and how they apply that change in perspective. So there have been a lot of things that happen. I mean, just a couple of examples. Here in Southern California, and I don't remember what the year was, so I'm not even going to try to guess. But, you know, there was somebody on the mission with us from one of the Southern California utilities, and they were one of the utilities to have one of the first large commercial rooftop solar programs. But they had capped the system size, I think, I can't remember, there was a cap on it, whether it was 1 megawatt or 2 megawatts or something, because they were like, it's not possible to do a PV system bigger than that for all these reasons. And that year we had gone to Germany and we saw systems that were way bigger on these commercial rooftops. And they said, we were totally wrong. And they came back and they removed the cap off their program.
It's like breaking the sound barrier.
Yeah, yeah. And then, you know, another recent one in Colorado. There are some actually just there was a solar plus storage project that just came online with Holy Cross Energy recently. That is a direct result of their CEO coming with us to Hawaii right before the pandemic and seeing the island of Kauai and what they've done with solar plus storage and really made that sort of the basis for their entire electricity system. And they said, okay, well,
we're in Colorado, we're not an island, but there's no reason why we can't do that too. So now they're doing it in Colorado. Their first system just came on, and they have a couple of more that are coming.
That's incredible. I'm actually working on a project with Brian and Holy Cross Energy, and seeing the results of that work and that broad perspective.
Exactly. Brian's the one that came with us and made that decision.
Yeah, I love the global perspective, and I think energy in this energy revolution where we're seeing decentralization, we're seeing more distributed energy. There's this really kind of odd dynamic that happens where you have so many local effects because you are making energy more local than it ever has been before. So you need to know like hyper-local weather forecasts for solar production and hyper-local, load conditions and hyper-local, community information for DEI and things like that. But there's so much benefit to broadening the perspective and to feeling less alone. And I think the show does that as well.
Absolutely.
After taking a 3-year break, being here and feeling this energy is like a breath of fresh air, like, oh, wow, it's not just me and my laptop in my home office, right?
It's been great to see everybody come back together and just be so excited to see one another again. Honestly, one of my favorite parts of this week is, and it's true for my team, it's the team at SEPA, but I've been watching it happen on the show floor with and hearing people's stories. The people who are meeting each other for the first time, who work together every day, right? But the teams, because of just, growing organizations and new people being added to the team, this week is where many, many people are meeting their coworkers for the first time.
That has happened to me in so many ways this week. And I think where there was some professional restraint in the past, I'm like, no, you're gonna need a hug. I have to have a hug from you. People I've met with twice a week for 2 years, and been through their kids going back to school and all of that stuff. So back to relationships. So turning a little bit toward what's happening for you now and looking toward the future, I want to take it in 2 pieces. I want to hear about, we want to take a look at kind of what you see in the future for the industry, like from the industry perspective. But I'm also curious about your perspective personally. What's next for you personally? So let's start with the easy one, maybe. I don't know about that, but the industry perspective. So we're celebrating a ton here at RE+. We're celebrating policy turning points with the Inflation Reduction Act. We're celebrating turning points in the doubling of the penetration of renewables production on the grid. And there's still challenges in front of us. And you take such a broad system of systems level perspective. And so I'm curious, from your chair, what do you see as the major challenges that we're facing next?
Well, probably not news to anyone who's watching, right? I mean, obviously, interconnection issues and permitting issues both will continue, to be a big challenge. I think that's something now, fortunately, now that we have this such important federal policy in place, I think the good news is that a lot of folks who have been having to spend their time lobbying policymakers to get the policy can now turn their attention to these other issues, including interconnection and permitting, and really speeding things up, especially when it comes to transmission. Transmission has always been an immensely time-intensive process to get built, 7+ years typically for a line from start to finish. And that's not fast enough, right? If we're going to get this job done, yes, we talked about it is becoming a much more distributed system, but we also need the transmission in order to move the power from place to place, right? It's got to be, it's not one or the other, it's both. More distributed, more utility scale, and we need the transmission on the utility scale side of things in order to both really take advantage of the wind and solar resources, but also to maintain the system reliability, right? Because I do think that is at a high level one of the, I don't want to say challenges, but one of the things we have to be most thoughtful about is we all want to accelerate this transition as fast as possible, but we cannot do it in a way in which sacrifices reliability or affordability or resiliency and most certainly not equity. So it's a lot of things to keep in balance. And I think so sort of very holistically, keeping those things in balance generally at a 50,000 foot level probably is the single biggest challenge, right? Because every decision has trade-offs, and you can't, no decision is going to help all of those things in the same way, right? It's probably going to help some of them and potentially hurt others. So that's tough, especially for policymakers and decision makers. But as long as they're intentional about it and know what choices they're making, that's probably the best we can do.
I totally agree with you. And as a systems engineer, you're speaking my language, right? It's all about balancing all of those sometimes qualitative values that we have as the system, that we can't drop those balls. And so where to from here then? What are the first steps we should be taking? Especially, you're talking here to some of the big players with lots of bankroll, but you're also talking to me, who's a small business owner and, wanting to, and very bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and wanting to make a big impact. So as an industry, where to from here? How do we move forward with that systems perspective, but still doing our hyper-local projects?
Yeah, that's a tough question. And I don't know that I can give like a comprehensive answer to it, so I'll sort of pick a couple things. One piece is I think all players, no matter where they sit in the value chain, are going to have to partner in ways that they've never partnered before. And in order to do that, it really requires understanding other people's perspectives, understanding what the drivers are of other businesses, right? People have different business models. They have different, sort of either regulatory constraints or financial constraints, customer desires. So I think whether it's a small business, a big utility, a government agency, there needs to be a lot more intentionality about understanding where other players are coming from and then partnering with them in order to achieve the common objectives, right? I mean, and we at SEPA, because utilities are such an important part of our membership mix and what we're working on, we really think that utilities are going to have to partner in an unprecedented way going forward. They cannot do it all themselves. They have a very important role to play, but they are going to need technology partners. There are things that utilities are world class at. No one is better than they are. But they're not great at everything, right? And we can't move fast enough. We can't wait for them to get good at those things in order to move at the pace we need to move. They're going to have to partner in order to do that.
That absolutely reflects my experience, not just from the utility, which obviously has been great at things for a really long time, but also, EPC, anything in like commercial construction and commercial real estate. They have very established ways of working that need adapted. Yeah. Even developers, who are notorious for being creative, I think are being challenged to partner in new ways to make things work, especially as we see like battery storage, coming on, which is a brand new technology to be paired with some of this solar. Yeah. So awesome. Well, in our final minutes here, I want to turn toward you personally and to celebrate you. Like, let's take a minute and celebrate Julia and your legacy, because this is a tremendous legacy. Obviously there's a team. I know you're going to say that, but first of all, what does it feel like to walk through this show floor, which is epic and very intimidating, and say, I did this?
Yeah. I thought I would be here this week. It'd be really emotional. Yeah. And I'm not. And everyone I've said that to is like, oh, that just means you actually really are ready, right? Like, it is you're right. It actually is time if you're not feeling emotional. And I have had those moments this week. But honestly, I've had those moments at every show, at least for the past decade. I remember in particular, it was probably 2017, your first one in Vegas. It was Wednesday night, and I was back when I was younger, and I know that wasn't that long ago, but I went to one of the vendor parties that was at the top floor of one of the hotels in Vegas. They'd rented out the top 2 floors, which was a club. It was really late. It was, early morning hours, and I was watching these thousands of people dancing and having so much fun in this club, and it was 2 levels. I was standing up on the balcony on the top level looking down, and literally like a tear rolled down the side of my face thinking like, I can't believe all these people are here because of me. And actually I had just run into someone in the bathroom who told me they had just got married to someone else that they had met at SPI like 2 years before. So it was one of those stories, right?
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I have immense pride for what I've built, and it is incredible. It's, you know, it's sort of mind blowing.
Tremendous legacy. And so with that, tell me about what's next for you.
Yeah. So, you know, I've been doing this. So I started at SEPA in 1999, right? So I've been in this industry for a very long time, doing this job specifically, running SEPA since 2004. And you know what? I just don't want to be a CEO anymore. If I wanted to be a CEO, I would not be leaving SEPA. I have the best CEO job in the world. But I'm ready to step aside. You know, it's just tiring. And so I feel very fortunate to be in the position at my age where I don't have to work full time. So I'm not, leaving SEPA to go to some other CEO job or even some other full-time job. I am sort of calling it semi-retirement. My family and I just moved to the beach in Southwest Florida 2 months ago. So my plan I am still planning to earn some income. My husband would kill me if I wasn't. So, and I still do want to have an impact and, play a role in the industry. So my plan is to serve on a small handful of corporate boards. I've already committed to one, which is a company called Volterra, which was just officially launched in August, which is focused on fleet charging depots. And so, squarely in the electric vehicle space, and I'm very excited about that. And then I'm going to wait, really sort of give it some time before figuring out what the other couple of boards will be. I'll probably wait and sort of commit to some things in early next year. But, I picked up tennis again after not playing for more than a decade. My husband and I have started playing pickleball a couple days a week in the morning, taking long walks on the beach. So I'm going to enjoy Florida life. And I have 2 middle schoolers, so I figure I only have a few more years before they're out the door. So now's the time, for me to spend more time at home and enjoy my life with them.
My oldest just started middle school, so I totally feel that, what a special and kind of wacky time it is in life. But I just want to wrap up by saying what a tremendous mentor you are. Obviously, you've done so many good things, and we appreciate that, and that's a role model. But also, you're setting an example for how to rest, how to say, yeah, it's enough. I did a thing, and I'm going to take a break, and maybe I'll do another thing someday.
Yeah.
But for right now, I get to rest. And I think that's revolutionary.
Yeah.
That is innovative.
Yeah.
In industries like tech, in industries like, commercial real estate and construction, which we sit at these intersections, right, where it's a constant drive. And so I very, very much appreciate you and you coming to say, this is the answer. I am stepping away because it's time for me to rest.
Yeah. Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely, please do.
Yesterday I spent some time with a friend who also is the head of another large nonprofit in our space. And she and I were sort of comparing stories about COVID and, just the feelings of, it's not just the two of us, as so many of us, as CEOs of organizations during the pandemic, our job went from being a CEO to being a therapist, a counselor, messaging guru. And honestly, I ask everyone, take a moment and think about the CEO of your organization as a person, because it has been hard. And I don't think people think about, it's like expectation of your CEO is tell me when the pandemic's going to end. Tell me when my kids can go back to school. Tell me, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? I don't know. But there's sort of this expectation is that because we've made it to the CEO position, we have all the answers. So I just ask everybody, give your CEO a break.
As a CEO and a leader, I totally appreciate that. So thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. Julia Hamm, it has been amazing to talk to you. Let me be probably not the first, but let me be the first today to congratulate you on your legacy here at RE+. formerly Solar Power International, and wish you the best
Thank you
for
so
your
much.
future. And that wraps up the live version of the PowerFlow podcast. Thank you all for joining us. What an incredible episode. I'd like to specifically thank Nico Johnson and the entire Suncast media team for having us on today. This is an incredible opportunity. And of course, thank you to Fluence and all of the other Media Zone sponsors here at RE+. Have a great last day of the trade show and the conference, and we'll see you next time here at the whiteboard.
Suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, Sungrow and Tygo. If you're watching this on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to bookmark suncast.live and take the conversations with you on the go. I'm Tim Montague. Welcome to the Clean Power Hour Live. I want to introduce my co-host, John Weaver. Welcome to the show, John.
Hey, Tim. We're in front of a bunch of people on stage today instead of just in front of our computers. This is a lot of pressure here.
It's a little different venue, and it's good to be here in Anaheim at what we used to call SPI, now RE+. It's so good to see so many friends from the solar and storage industries.
Yes.
See all the manufacturers. We're going to be doing a recap of what you and I have experienced for the last couple of days here in Anaheim at the largest solar trade show in North America, known as RE+. I want to give a shout out to SEIA and the whole team at RE+, as well as the team at Suncast Media for organizing this PowerUp Media Zone. Go Nico Johnson, wonderful job, amazing amount of content that you guys have been streaming for the last 4 days. It's truly mind-boggling, but just thank you so much. So John, what are we going to talk about today? What have you been doing the last couple of days, and what are some of the highlights for you?
Well, doing is just going from handshake to handshake, meeting to meeting. You know, writing for PV Magazine, you have a responsibility to speak to sponsors of PV Magazine, but also just new gear so I can train and educate the readers, the tradespeople. And there's just so many people to talk. So I've had 2 straight days of conversation, and stop 5 minutes for a coffee and a bagel, conversation. And then, of course, in the evening, you socialize with your friends and meet people. And so it's first off, it's great to see human beings. I just, right before this meeting, I met with a battery behind the meter DC coupled energy storage solution, Eneon. They're based in Canada, and they're working on a project with us, and it was just great to shake the hands of people who have gear that we're going to be buying and installing, and that's just nice. I mean, you don't need to meet people, but it's really nice to. So
I saw you also found a space-age coffee maker, otherwise known as Redflow, which is a flow battery for the resi and small commercial market. Yes. I really enjoyed meeting those guys. Speaking of storage, I also geeked out on hydrogen electrolyzers. Yes. I want to talk a little bit about the hydrogen economy, but it seems like every solar panel maker is also flaunting a storage product these days. Is that a must? If you make solar panels, you also have to make a battery?
Well, if you're a large-scale solar panel manufacturer and you're delivering products direct to EPCs, contractors, and they're talking to you about your connections where the massive battery manufacturers are, you're not required to, but if you got some common sense, yeah. I mean, it's if Canadian Solar, I think, has done multiple gigawatt hours of batteries now, and they have their development arm, of course, through Recurrent. But if you're talking with battery people and to have project developers and you have a chance to increase your project CapEx by 20 to 50% by adding batteries, you need to. And, my first solar panel purchase for commercial was from BYD. But they're not even a solar panel maker. They were a battery maker first. So it just makes sense. And somewhere in there, even Canadian Solar and others, they have the inverters that are going to sit between the batteries and the modules. And that sort of integration is important, and it can be mentally taxing. I have a project right now. I'm working in New York. We had some control issues. We had a battery issue. And so now we have to dance to find the right pieces. And I think we have a good partner to do it. But, we're a young company. Figuring out those connections, that hardware, it's a challenge. So if you're making panels and you're talking to developers and you miss out on that opportunity, that's bad on you. Canadian Solar is not going to miss out on that opportunity. So go for it. Deliver it.
Yeah, I like that model. Why not just build all 3 components, the solar panels, the batteries, and the inverters? It doesn't have to be that vertical integration approach, but it is. It gives you peace of mind, I guess, right? If one company is responsible for the entire facility, right? And if you're going to install a solar array, you may as well install a battery, because then you get resiliency. Off-grid operation, right? That's what I'm referring to by resiliency, as well as grid services. I'm curious, did you talk to any of the companies that are doing, battery as a service on a large scale?
Spoke to ESS, which I just love their tech. I spoke with ESS, and right now, ESS their issue is scaling manufacturing for long duration storage. Hundreds of megawatts of opportunity, that are out there. And they have a couple of hundred of megawatts signed, actually a couple of gigawatts now. And I'm very interested in long duration. I want to see how it fits into the equation. You know, we have our lithium ion is awesome. We don't have a long duration storage for the 2 to 3 week period that the modelers say we do have to consider for doldrums of wind during winter times. But this middle chunk for, 8 to maybe 12 hours, that's really interesting because the peaks in California are getting wider and longer. So I spoke to them. I left that conversation a good 45 minutes, very technical talk, feeling very optimistic about ESS Inc.'s opportunities with energy, with long duration. There's RFPs out in Virginia, Georgia, Florida, and one other state that's in the southeast. And I was really excited to hear that because everybody knows that California is going to do something, but all these other areas doing it also. So I like that. Another long duration storage technology though, hydrogen. And you mentioned module manufacturers doing this type of stuff. Well, LONGi has a 5 megawatt hydrogen electrolyzer that's going to be available. And they were showing it off, a mini version at their booth. They had the spec pages there. I'm interested in that because interconnection limitations versus land availability. I have more land around certain interconnections, but I don't have the ability to plug in a large project. So what am I going to do when I have 40 to 50 acres, but I can only do 1 to 3 megawatts AC? I want to add either A, some DC coupled batteries, or B, based upon the new IRA, I'm going to start looking at putting an electrolyzer and see if that's a real opportunity. I don't know yet. I'm still, we're all learning about how to use hydrogen and whether it's going to grow and how. But that's the one reason I hung out at the LONGi booth a little bit too long. Probably was bothering them, asking too many questions. But I'm really interested in hydrogen electrolyzers and what's going to come of it because it's going to scale. It's going to scale, and we're going to see learning curves just like we saw with batteries, just like we saw with solar panels. And the hydrogen seems to be something that a lot of people are going to get behind. So I can't tell the future, but that's a certain future that has a decent probability. So seeing that unit really excited me.
Yeah, I got to visit with 2 electrolyzer companies, one from Germany called Enapter, E-N-A-P-T-E-R. Shout out to Jens Bischoff, who gave me a nice introduction to their technology, and then Nel Energy, or Nel Hydrogen, from the Oslo, Norway area. And they use different approaches. Nel uses a PEM electrolyzer, and Enapter uses a different kind, which I cannot remember the name of that technology, but they're cousins. And for industrial heat, of course, hydrogen has huge potential. You take water, you take clean electricity, and voila, you have hydrogen and oxygen. And then we have thermal storage technology. I have a company called Rondo Energy coming out on the show in a couple of weeks that is doing hot brick batteries for long-term storage, 1500 degrees C, made with electric resistance heating, just like you use in your toaster. And so you take a wind farm, plug it in behind the meter. It doesn't have to be grid connected even, or a solar farm. Make a ton of hot bricks, and then you power your steel plant or combined heat and power plant. You can make electricity, of course. It's just a wonderful, clean way of making a long-term battery. So a hot brick battery. I'm looking forward to seeing those guys grow into the market. Anything else you want to say about hydrogen?
I was just going to make a comment about hot bricks. That sounds like a totally weird idea that I absolutely want to see get experimented on because, I don't know, it's this giant solar thermal battery. That's pretty cool. And it's just bricks instead of moving liquids that seem very complex for us to do. All those salts, the molten salt solar thermals. Solar thermal's awesome. I cut my teeth installing solar thermal back in the 2000s in South Florida. So it just kind of has a little special place in my heart.
Yeah, I too got my start in solar thermal in my backyard in Albuquerque, New Mexico in the 1970s. My dad and I were making solar hot water panels.
Awesome.
You take a sheet of copper, paint it black, put copper tubing on it, paint it black, and set it out in the sun, and voila, you have hot water, which is pretty amazing.
Yep.
PV, of course, kind of kicked the hot water panels' butt in the 90s and 2000s,
Yep.
but it is coming back.
Yes.
I've also got an episode with Sem Engineering coming out where they have a single-axis tracker for making hot water technology from Sweden. I can't remember the name of that manufacturer, but Sem Engineering. We should probably talk about some more traditional solar equipment too, like racking. Racking isn't necessarily the sexiest product, but now that we have trackers, that makes it a lot more interesting, of course. And I did visit with a company called Mechatron. They make a double-axis tracker here in California. The company originated in Greece. And shout out to Michael Foukakis. Foukakis. Can't get enough K's in there. And I want to give a shout out also to the supporting sponsors of the PowerUp Zone here. That's AES, Aurora, SMA, SolREIT, and Sungrow. And I'm going to be interviewing Jim Spano shortly after this show from SolREIT. So looking forward to having Jim on stage here. That double-axis tracker, though, from Mechatron, John, it is a beast. It's a 40 kW solar array on a tracker. It stands about 20 feet tall at the low edge. And then, is, of course, following the sun 365 days a year. You get 2,500 kWh per kWp because of that tracking function. In the Great Lakes region, we're happy if we can reach 1,500 kWh per kWp with a tracker. Fixed ground, we would be in the 12 to 1,300 zone. So 2,500 is a major boost. And you and I talked a little bit in the pre-show about some of the challenges that trackers face. I think they're great for, places where you have very extreme limitations on space, because you can really pack in the kWh. Yep. In a small amount of space, or where you have terrain that may be unrealistic for a normal solar array. But looking forward to seeing that in the wild sometime. I don't know where they're getting installations happening, but that was just really cool.
I've installed 3 trackers, 3 dual axis in just outside of Volusia, Three River, California. It's a residential system with BYD modules and 3 dual-axis trackers feeding an off-grid house, big battery system, and they're awesome. The only negative with a dual-axis tracker is bankability. You're going to have to do O&M, and how many long-term dual-axis tracker companies have been around to supply the components for the long game, for the 25 years that we want. Otherwise, it's beautiful tech, and it's just cool. Who doesn't like big, giant pieces of metal moving around? So, I'll say the neatest little tech that I saw is from a big company. It's BYD's Blade battery cells. And they had a show of it, and you just see this long, physical, silvery blade. But the key about those Blade ones is that this is part of the next generation of cells that are super dense. And these Blade cells are going in cars, but they're also going into stationary storage. And the density that's going to come from that type of product is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I saw the Blade. I didn't get to talk to anyone about it, but so is each, they look like the fins on, a heat sink. And so each, it makes sense, right? They're just trying to make a lot of surface area per cell. But is each blade a cell then?
I don't know if it's a cell or if there's multiple cells inside of it. I did ask.
Because they were like a 1/4 inch thick or half-inch thick.
And a couple feet long.
Yeah.
And about 2 to 3 inches tall. Yep. And they're cells of some sorts, and they have connections on them. Yeah. I don't know the exact technicals, but they're super dense. And it's, CATL, they have a new battery structure that's super dense. It's based on some of the pushing that Tesla did with their battery design. So we're now seeing, as the volumes grow and as the pressures to have a higher quality battery product, denser battery product come out, we're just seeing some innovation. And the more eyes we have, the more purchases we have. This is what a standard learning curve is. The more human beings looking at it, thinking about it, touching it, experimenting on it, the more innovation that's just going to pop out of us. And this is a little innovation that's beautiful. I like it. I like the look of it.
Well, I'm going to tug us back to racking because I'm such a geek for racking. I also visited the Jerkin Technology booth.
Yes.
Booth 151. And
make sure we talk about Matthew. I hope Matthew's listening.
Matthew Lusk is the VP of Business Development for the Americas, and this is a very unique product. It's a 3 feet off the ground, basically a solid array, right, in east-west format, using a very thin gauge steel pole as its main foundation, and so it doesn't require heavy equipment for installation, for one thing. It requires much less steel than a traditional driven pile approach, right? You're not using true C-channel piles or H-channel piles. You're just using what is more like a rebar post. And I have to say I have a fondness for this product. It's very early days. They've got a couple of 100 megawatts, I think 400 megawatts of installs so far. Company is from Germany. Like so many products in the solar industry, the Germans, the Japanese, they glommed onto solar before we did, John, even though we invented it here in 1954. I don't know what's up with that, but here we are. And we're leaning into massive growth. We're going to triple the solar industry by 2027. So that means we're going to go from 20 gigawatts a year to 60 gigawatts a year in the next 5 years. That's an annual growth rate of 60%. It's truly mind-boggling. But how do you know Matthew, and what do you think of the PEG racking system?
I know Matthew because I've been watching them for a couple years. I've solicited them for a bid or two. We haven't had the right project for them. And I am just fond of the technology. It cuts down labor costs, cuts down heavy machinery. There's no a recent project that we just finished, we had to drive ground screws. And around 4.5 feet down, we had a layer of thin rocks, clay, and other material, and we couldn't get through with the ground screws, so we had to excavate. So we had 2 separate machines on the site, only one of them being used. And it takes experts to run these machines, but doing it with the PEG system, it's going to be a different game. One thing that's and I owe Matthew a story for PV Mag, but we need to write about his wind code and the fact that he can stand wind code in the Caribbean. And I believe he told me somewhere in the 170 to 180 mile per hour, they could deal with it with this tiny little thin hardware. And so I'm very interested in having that conversation with him finally and learning about the wind code stuff, because it's such a, you think big giant steel, that's all we can do to make stuff safe. But if you're lighter and smarter and you have good engineering, maybe you can do something different. And so I like the gear. Then the key thing that I like about the gear, two items. One, the cost of it, 50 cents per watt less if you're doing a ground mount install, because your machines, your labor, your hardware, all those things are significantly lesser. And then the second is that if we get back to the mindset that solar gear is actually cheap again, and the modules get back down to 30, 25 cents, 35 cents, we don't have to be as efficient with our hardware. We can maximize the land. And I'm not 100% sure on the numbers, but I think with the PEG gear, you can get, well, I know you can get much more module density per acre. But I think even accounting for capacity factors, the PEG hardware is going to output more electricity per acre than any other technology, and maybe other than a dual axis tracker, but any other standard fixed or even single axis tracker gear per acre. And that's something when we talk about land prices and we talk about pushback from neighbors, we want to pump electricity. That's our fundamental goal. And if we can get that many more panels and we can get at a price that's cheaper, then that's something special. So I like it.
Yeah, it has good energy density, and I thank you for pointing out the high wind load factor as well. So it's great for island nations like Puerto Rico that just got slammed by a hurricane.
Yeah.
And that phenomenon is of course not going anywhere. I want to give a shout out to Alexis Pascaris, who's the founder of a company called Agra Solar Consulting. Wonderful little startup from the UP of Michigan, focusing on agrivoltaics, Their name is AgriSolar Consulting. I'm developing a course, John, on the topic of agrivoltaics for HeatSpring. I've already launched my selling and developing commercial solar on HeatSpring. Check that out. I'm Tim Montague. Just Google Montague and HeatSpring, and you'll find my courses there. It's a wonderful resource for NABCEP certification or any learning that you want to do in solar and energy storage. Anybody, we just have a couple of minutes left here, John, so we'll be wrapping up in a couple of minutes, but who else did you get to see here that you want to give a shout out to? Oh, and before I forget, Joe Ordia, I want to give a special greeting to Joe. He runs a channel called Solar Surge. That's his company. He's a residential installer, and he has a great YouTube channel where he's doing consumer education on solar and batteries and inverters. Joe Ordia, check him out at Solar Surge.
One component, I guess we're spinning to modules a tiny bit, but many module manufacturers are announcing factory openings. I saw a new one yesterday. I was speaking to an Indian company who was considering opening facilities in the U.S. And yesterday I spoke with vSun, and I actually purchased hardware from them recently. But as I was chatting with them, first they talked about potentially opening a facility in the U.S., but then they suggested they'd be getting silicon, polysilicon, from Norway. And if people are chasing the clean polysilicon, our solar panel energy return on investments are going to go just through the roof. They're just going to be great. We're going to have energy paybacks of 6 months for everybody. And we're already under a year to 2 for most systems. But now, if people really start to clamp down on the energy utilization of making polysilicon going into the panels, then we're really, really going to have some great CO2 numbers. And that, fundamentally, that's why we're chasing solar, low CO2. But now if we up our polysilicon game, and literally we have hydro-powered solar panels. I mean, and hydro as in clean electricity, not just general electricity, but hydroelectric powered solar panels. That's something that's pretty cool. And I hope more people do it. I hope there's more pressure on the manufacturers. And, a coal-powered solar panel, it sounds terrible. It's still cleaner than coal. I mean, because it's going to go for another 30 years and make 30 times the electricity it took to make it. But it'd be much better, much warmer and fuzzier if I could say, hey, these solar panels were made by hydroelectricity. That's just cool.
And we actually have a industry trade group now dedicated to this topic, the Ultra Low Solar Carbon Alliance.
Yes.
Ultra low carbon solar alliance, excuse me. Ultra low carbon solar alliance. And so they're developing a certification so that manufacturers can get an official stamp of approval. It's analogous to LEED, which is, a low energy design certificate or standard, right, for green buildings. Now we have the same developing in the solar industry. You can make a solar panel with clean energy or dirty energy. Of course, we want more clean energy solar panels because they're going to be reducing our carbon footprint faster. That's the bottom line. How quick we can make the energy transition. We're going to make the transition one way or another. Just a question of will we make it quick enough.
Tim, there's lots of other things we could talk about. I know we only have 3 more minutes, but I got like 55 business cards here in my inbox here that we could talk about every single one of them.
I'm so bummed that we don't have more time to share the love with all the wonderful exhibitors here at RE+. I want to give another shout out to Suncast Media for putting this all together and their sponsors, which include Sungrow, the storage and inverter company, Tygo, the very well-known power electronics company. I had a wonderful meeting with Jing at the Tygo booth yesterday. We'll be bringing her on the Clean Power Hour in the coming months. And then we also want to thank the supporting sponsors who made the Media Zone possible. That's AES, Aurora, SMA, Sol REIT, who's going to be up next, and Sungrow. Thank you so much for being here, John Weaver, Mr. Commercial Solar Guy.
Thank you, Tim. Hey, Tim, so where can everybody find you?
You can find all our content at cleanpowerhour.com. I'm Tim Montague. My saying is, let's grow solar and storage. Thank you so much, John.
Tiger rapid shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, really to provide the safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Livebox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
Seconds on Solry.
What you?
So I wanted to be more than executive. I can say executive profile, but
Can you say Solry's first solar mortgage REIT?
Perfect. I just want to make sure that I had that right. All right, we have our next session starting right now. I'm going to bring Tim Montague back to the stage, along with a longtime friend of the Suncast podcast, and I think that you're an industry spokesperson, frankly. I've seen you on so many different stages. Mr. Jim Spano of Solry, if you're unfamiliar, Solry is the first solar
and presented by Fluence. We're also streaming live at suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, Sungrow and Tigo. If you're watching this on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to bookmark suncast.live and take the conversations with you on the go. We'd also like to thank the supporting sponsors who help make the Media Zone possible: AES, Aurora, SMA, SolREIT, and Sungrow. Well, welcome, Jim. It's so good to see you again.
Welcome, Tim. Nice to see you as well.
You and I met 4 years ago here at RE+, which is amazing that so much time has gone by. It truly is an amazing journey that we are on here in the clean energy transition. And you are what we call an OG in the mid-Atlantic solar industry. You helped really develop the solar market in New Jersey, of course. And now you are bringing a new innovative product to market. The company is SolREIT. You are the co-founder. Tell us a little bit about why you decided to found Sol REIT, and what is the problem that you're solving?
Sure. So, having gone into the industry in the early years, I actually started back in 2004, developing solar not as an economic investment, but as a marketing tool to market my real estate business. We were developing green malls and trying to set the new stage for climate control way back when, before it was really a mainstream issue. When I first started developing solar, I thought I was doing pretty good, but I realized that the folks that were buying my assets were doing a heck of a lot better than I was doing. And I realized that at a point that the reason that the developers were not actually capturing the value that they were creating is because they lacked the capital to take the project past the construction phase. So they always had to sell at what we called NTP, notice to proceed, where you're selling it before the value is actually realized. It's been created but not realized. So after selling a number of projects at NTP and realizing that my investors were doing better than I said, well, I want to be on the other side of this table. And I want to empower developers to be able to capture the value that they've created and not pass it off to the aggregation market, which were the companies that were able to raise the equity capital and provide the construction financing. So what we did is we started with an approach: how do we get low-cost capital into the market so that we can address the risk profile during the construction period? Now, one of the things that we recognized early on is that the banking industry did not realize the simplicity of constructing solar and the true risk profile of a solar asset. So most of the banks were treating solar systems more like equipment and short-term mini-perm debt, which put tremendous stress on any ability for a developer to actually own a project, because you had to amortize it in such a short period. So even if you can access the construction debt, there's no real cash flows in the early years when you have to amortize a 25-year asset in 5, 10, or 15 years. So what we did is we approached a number of investors. First, we had to go out and figure out how we can get low-cost capital. What we did is we hired Norton Rose Fulbright, and we went out and asked them to work with us to get a private letter ruling from the IRS to establish that the design of the product that I had designed would qualify as a REITable asset. After quite a bit of expense and time, we were able to get not a PLR, not a private letter ruling, but a legal opinion from Norton Rose Fulbright that supported our ability to go out into the investment world and to raise the capital necessary from investors that would allow us to take the risk of funding 100% of the construction cost. By eliminating that capital constraint for the developer, it enabled the developer to now take a project all the way to COD and transact at COD versus, which is at commissioning with an operating asset, as opposed to at the stage where it's ready to be built, the notice to proceed stage. By bringing all that value down, it enabled Sol REIT to go out and participate with the developers, partner with developers and EPCs, and act as an outsourced structured finance department so that they could focus their time and energies on developing assets and building assets, and not on trying to arrange the financing for the assets that they were developing or building. As a result, years later, we now have finally been able to get out into the market, start issuing loans, enabling developers to significantly increase their businesses, whether they're a developer or an EPC. And quite interestingly, EPCs are actually benefiting as much as the developers, because now an EPC can go out into the market, provide a proposal for their EPC work, but also provide the financing for their client. So it's just a whole new approach to financing solar by recognizing the long-term nature of the asset and matching the debt to the term of the asset. So if I have a 25-year asset and I have to amortize it over 10 years, as I said earlier, all of my cash flow is going to pay down the CapEx of the asset. By enabling me to amortize the asset over a 25-year PPA period, now there's significant cash flow that's generated each year that enables the developer to cover its debt service ratios, to cover its capital requirements, and still have significant cash flow to enable it to grow its business and to continue to develop other projects. So that was the basis of why this Soul REIT was initially created and
So
what we're doing.
let's talk about the residential solar space, the types of players, and how your vision kind of dovetails with the future of solar, which is that there will come a day when all buildings have solar roofs. Will that be in 5 years or 10 years? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. But you see in mature markets in California, in Colorado, in Arizona, you see entire communities where all of the houses have solar roofs. And that is just such a no-brainer, especially in sunny places. But we have installers, we have homeowners, we have real estate developers, and we have financiers. And you are now creating an ecosystem that kind of brings this all together, but is unlocking, I think, what seems to be the door to mass adoption in the residential market. So explain that. How are things today, and how are things going to be tomorrow, and what is the value, so to speak, that you are unlocking for the industry?
Sure. That's actually one of the new initiatives of Soul REIT. Soul REIT has recognized that there's a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous need to provide generation at the very end of the distribution lines. Most residential development is done by residential EPCs on a one-off basis with tremendous acquisition costs, and it makes it very inefficient. What we've done at Soul REIT, being that we recognize the value that a developer creates in developing a solar project that has significantly greater cash flows than capital expenses, and obviously with the tremendous incentives we have today, particularly with the new IRA giving us this long lead time with a tremendous opportunity, what Soul REIT is now offering EPCs and residential developers, particularly residential EPCs, the opportunity to now go in and instead of financing through third parties and paying the fees and so forth to third parties, they can now be part of the ownership asset itself, part of the IPP. So what we're doing is we're partnering a real estate developer with an EPC contractor and an asset manager. Soul REIT is providing 100% of the funding so that entity that they form has all the capital to build the systems. The EPC, who's a one-third partner in the IPP, has additional value that he's created by being in the IPP. He also has certainty of payment, being that he's an owner in the asset class that's paying his EPC company. His EPC company has the ability to go back to their bonding agencies and get increased bonding levels because they have certainty of payment. The real estate developer now has the ability to have the avoided cost of paying for the solar himself or battery storage if we're putting a combination of solar and storage. He has the avoided cost of the CapEx of that asset, still gives his tenant or his homeowner the value of the savings on the PPA. And then the asset manager, I pair them up with an asset manager. We're currently using Solvita. And by having that asset manager work with the EPC and the real estate developer, it's a traditional asset management, but instead of a third party owning the asset, the participants actually own the asset. So now when the real estate developer goes out to market, he's marketing a product that has all the benefits of solar without the expense of solar. The EPC has a whole new market. Instead of going out and acquiring customers one at a time, he's acquiring 50, 100, 500, 1,000 customers at a time in a development, completely eliminating or significantly reducing his development costs, acquisition costs, which enables him to offer a lower PPA to the customer, a greater discount to the residential customer, which again helps the builder to sell his assets. So it's a very symbiotic arrangement, and it's facilitated by the ability of SolREIT to fund 100% of the capital costs, so that those participants in the IPP, what SolREIT is relying on is we're a revenue financier. So we finance against the net present value of the revenue that's being generated. As long as that revenue will support the capital expense, this new IPP entity that's jointly owned has no upfront capital it costs, but participates in all the net profits of the IPP. So it's a very new model that's only possible by the ability of SolREIT to fund 100% of that construction cost. And I would encourage any residential EPC and many solar developers that are struggling in the C&I space right now. There's a tremendous opportunity in that residential space, and take advantage of it now and early, because there's going to be lots of adopters. I had a session that I did just a couple of days ago here at RE+. We had maybe 400 people in the audience. We had over 25 people that have come up over the last 2 days that have shown an interest in developing these aggregated residential, what we call aggregated residential virtual power plants, because I often will add a storage system to all of the residential PV. And when I'm in a market where I can monetize through grid services, those storage systems, I can provide free backup to the homeowner in addition to the reduced cost of the solar.
So explain me this. If I'm a homeowner buying one of these homes that has been solarized, and now the solar is owned by the REIT or the IPP, which stands for Independent Power Producer, I believe, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's a term that some residential solar installers may not be familiar with. It's very common in the commercial industrial space. But how does this play out for the homeowner? Are they signing a separate PPA then?
Okay, there's two approaches. In new construction, the developer could require that solar be put on every house. And it's a very simple thing to do when you're offering your home buyers a discount on the power against the local utility rate. So it's a no-brainer. And if every house in the neighborhood is solarized, then obviously you would be the oddity if you weren't solarized. So that real estate developer has the ability to go into the market and offer a better product comparable to a similar, in fact, the same exact home in a development immediately next door to it that does not have solar or storage. They have a much better value proposition to offer that homeowner, and at the same price point for the house. They don't have to increase the cost of the house to add the solar onto the roof, so that eventually the homeowner can get the benefit of the reduced power.
I love it. It's all about making solar easier, right? And then adding value for the developers, installers, to develop an additional stream of revenue, basically, right?
Absolutely.
They're not just selling installations anymore. They're going to be long-term owners of revenue-producing assets.
See, like any other market, the EPCs, again, didn't have the capital to build all these out, so they have to go out and finance through, and I won't mention any names, but we all know who's financing residential solar in the U.S. So they have to go out and enter into contracts to finance for their customer and arrange the financing for the customer, and the customer absorbs all the costs of that arrangement. By participating in and being the IPP themselves and using SolREIT's capital, they now deal directly with the homeowner. The homeowner they get the benefit of all the savings that third-party intermediary was earning by financing individually for the homeowner. Now they're financing on scale for the homeowner at a lower cost of capital, which enables the homeowner to have a better value proposition in terms of either a lower rate or a resiliency play with no additional cost.
and we've seen how consumers are just flocking to solar and storage now in markets like California, where they have had blackouts because of the fires. Of course, these natural disasters are not limited to the West Coast. But you mentioned early in the show, Jim, that one of your first customers for this mass adoption model is in New Jersey. What's going on in New Jersey specifically and in the Northeast market that is so interesting to SolREIT?
Sure. One of our larger projects that we're developing right now is a IPP that was developed by Solvita. Solvita is a third-party management company. They partner, in this case, they partnered with a EPC, a local EPC in New Jersey called Orbit Solar. The developer, which in this instance was actually my development company, I own several companies in the renewable energy space. My development company had partnered with a real estate developer that was building 10,000 residential units in Jackson, New Jersey, immediately adjacent to where I'm building the largest microgrid in the Northeast. So obviously, in that we're doing the two largest projects in New Jersey, he came to me and says, Jim, how do I put solar on all of these homes? That's where this whole idea initially came. And I went to SolREIT and said, SolREIT, can I loan to, we know we can't loan to residences, but can I loan to an aggregation of residential assets? When we went through our management team and got the approval, now what I was able to do is I brought a developer that has 10,000 residential units. I brought the Orbit Solar is one of the largest installers. They're in 10 different states. They're located in New Jersey. And Sean Angelini, who's the CEO, is a good friend of mine. So I brought Sean together with the developer. And then I brought Solvita, which is a asset management company. I brought them to manage the asset. I put an IPP together with the three of them. And now the concept is that the real estate developer wanted every single, he's a very concerned about the climate. He wants every single one of his homes to be solarized. So, and in order to get 100% participation, or as close to 100% participation without mandating it, what we did is we offered a 50% discount off the current tariff rate, so that every homeowner is getting the benefit of half the cost of their power. Now, in that instance, the real estate developer will have contributed a little capital in order to give such a huge discount, because typically you can give a 20 to 25% discount. Now, being as part of the asset owner, he offset that cost by being a participant in the profitability of the IPP. So the three of those, we put those three parties together. SolREIT is currently underwriting the first batch, which is I think 482 of the units. Obviously, these large projects are built in stages, so it'll be a 4 to 5 year period before all 10,000 units are built. And that's really where the concept of, hey, we can actually build large residential aggregated IPPs with no cost and enable these EPCs. Without mentioning names, 4 or 5 of the largest residential EPCs in the nation are now working with us, interested in how do we participate in this program? How do we take advantage of the capital that SolREIT is providing so that we can avoid the need to start using the third-party intermediaries and actually finance these ourselves for our customers? And that's what SolREIT's trying to do. Is we're trying to make capital more efficient in the market, trying to capture the value where it's created as opposed to where the money lies. See, it's the equity has always gotten all the upside for all these years in the solar industry. And it's because the developers and the EPCs, they don't have the capital to build it out. By us providing that capital the way that we're doing, and I should note that, we're loaning to experienced developers and EPCs. If you're relatively new in the business, we can still talk to you, but there's going to be an additional expense because we're going to have to hedge that risk, and there's going to be some expense to doing that. And what's really interesting, right now what's prevented the real proliferation of residential solar is that the low and middle income markets simply don't have the ability to qualify for the financing or to purchase it. But now we can actually go down to down as low as 600 FICO scores by bringing in a a credit hedge and enable developers to offer these to low and middle income tenancies. It's a tremendous opportunity to really address social justice in our industry.
I'm glad you mentioned the LMI, the low and middle income market. That's so important that we make solar accessible to all Americans, not just middle class and upper class Americans who can afford it. You know, a residential solar system costs about what a new car costs. It's $20,000 to $40,000. And that's fine if you're going to be using that thing every day and you can get a loan on it. But most low and middle income residents just do not see that they have access to solar, or they're renting. And so I guess let's, in our last couple of minutes together, what is the future of Sol REIT and the residential solar market as you see it? I like to say, if you want to see the future, go to Europe, but maybe I should say, if you want to see the future, go to New Jersey, Jim.
Go to Sol REIT. I think Sol REIT has really done an amazing job at getting our investors to accept the high risk during the construction period in order to enable the proliferation of solar to a much greater degree in the United States. If we're going to address climate change, we can't just do it at the utility scale level. We have to be down at the very back end of the distribution systems. We have to be serving the residential systems, and we have to pay particular attention to the low and middle income, because that's the market that's been completely excluded from our industry for so many years.
So we have a couple minutes left. I want to give a quick shout out to the supporting sponsors of the Media Zone. You guys made the Media Zone possible. That's AES, Aurora, SMA, Sol REIT, and Sungrow. And of course, a shout out to Nico Johnson and his staff at Suncast Media for making the Media Zone happen truly. We want to thank Sungrow and Tygo for being the headline sponsors of the Media Zone. Jim, if I'm a solar installer, what do I need to know about Sol REIT, and who do I contact?
What you need to know is the name David at sol-reit.com. And before I go, I'd like to make one shout out to Nico. I'm going to say that 4 or 5 years ago, I was the first sponsor for Nico's Suncast Media. And the incredible growth that this man has done for himself and for the industry, coming here today after 4 or 5 years, I can't tell you, Nico, the success of this show was amazing 4 or 5 years ago, and today, I can't even tell you what a great job you've done. Kudos to Nico.
Well, with that, I think we'll wrap it up. Well said, Jim. Thank you, Nico Johnson, for having us on stage. I'm Tim Montague. Let's grow solar and storage.
Yeah, Tiger Rapid Shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, really to provide the safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Leyline Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
And we're back once again at the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by Suncast Media and presented by Fluence. Thank you so much for joining us once more for a live conversation with industry thought leaders right here from the show floor in Anaheim at RE Plus 2022. And I must say I've been looking forward to, not because it's all the way until the third day, this interview, but because I've built such a great friendship with the folks over at Sungrow over the last year. And it's an exciting company. It really is. I'm joined by the President of Americas for Sungrow Power Supply. Is that right? I got it right now. Sungrow Power Supply. Yes. And everybody just calls it Sungrow, so I want to make sure I'm getting the right exact name for you, Hank.
Yes.
Hank is the president, Hank Wang, of Sungrow Power Supply, and he leads the Americas region.
That's right.
For those who are unfamiliar, Sungrow is the global leader in power electronics and for the solar industry, and they have solar technology for utility, commercial, and industrial energy segments. Hank's got more of a decade of experience building the leading solar businesses. Some of you might know of the prior company he was at, a little company called Yingli, also publicly traded. Did an amazing job scaling that company as well. He was they're the leading provider of solar panel technology, and now he is at Sungrow. Hank, welcome to the show.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much for this opportunity to speak over here. Then we're also really excited about come back to RE Plus again, because the show has been impacted by the pandemic and all this, all different kinds of negative impact in the past 3 years, and so it's so exciting to come back.
Hank, you and the Sungrow team have built what is a global, well-recognized and established brand. And one of the reasons that we wanted to have you come and just take some time to chat with us is there's a lot that you engage in that helps build that brand leadership around the world. And you've been doing so for, I think, 25 years. Is it true you just celebrated your 25th anniversary?
That's right. That's right. This is the 25th anniversary of Sungrow. We started our company, our chairman started our company since 1997. So actually, we've started with our inverter business, but along with all the 25 years development, we expanded our business from the inverter to the storage, to charging, floating, wind power, EV, and project development in China as well.
Can you give me a sense of scale? Because a lot of folks might not understand what it means to be the global leader in a category. Can you talk about maybe the first 1 to 5 years of Sungrow, kind of the general scale of manufacturing versus where you're at now?
Yeah, of course. We delivered in 2021, we delivered 47 gigawatt.
Gigawatts?
Gigawatt of inverters to the global market.
That's an insane number.
That is a very impressive number, of course, but we're looking forward to expand the number even more in 2022.
And what was year one? Do you have that number off the top of your head, year one of manufacturing capacity?
Year one?
Yeah.
I should be relatively small. I don't have the exact number, but that's when everything started.
Yeah. I mean, 47 gigawatts for me feels like a nearly unfathomable number. I remember when I was at Trina, and at the time you were at Yingli, we were boasting about 2 gigawatt factories, right?
That's true.
And now, I mean, I think Trina and Yingli both are well in excess of 10 gigawatts a year.
Right.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Right. I mean, the inverter manufacturers are, I think, still leaps and bounds ahead of the module manufacturers right now in the industry. And as the industry has grown, one of the things I'm really curious about is you're kind of the king of the hill now. How do you defend that position as the largest manufacturer? And what invariably comes with that is a target on your back, right? So how do you defend that position?
Yeah, first of all, I think the essential part of Sungrow is that we have the ability and capability of keep innovating our product to make sure that we're not only keep enhance the performance and quality and stability of our product, but also keep it cost effective,
right?
So that our customer can benefit both from the cost perspective and also the technical perspective. Yeah, that will actually keep our position. Also, in the overall employee members of Sungrow, we have more than 40% of the Sungrow employees are from the R&D, doing the R&D,
Yeah.
not only for the product development, but throughout the value chain to make sure that we keep our focus on all different parts that we can eventually benefit our product from the innovation.
I'm glad you pointed out R&D. One of the things that I think not enough people understand about kind of how this technology evolves. A lot of folks think, I mean, candidly, a lot of folks think that Southeast Asian manufacturers in many ways are fast followers, right? And that technology innovation happens in places like Germany or maybe in Inrel Labs, right? But you guys have a tremendous research and development facility. Could you put into perspective maybe how Sungrow focuses on, and maybe I don't know what metrics you use to sort of measure R&D, as it were, but I know that you are outspending your peers by a large sum. Can you kind of put that into perspective for us?
Yeah, for example, for the large central inverter we provide to the market, the modular 4.4 megawatt of central, it's modular inverter solution.
Yeah.
We are able to develop a new generation of product averagely every 2 years.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so that is going to bring the whole industry and our customer more value.
Yeah.
Like I said, from the cost is we're managed to make it more cost effective than the previous generation, and also the function of the product is keep enhancing and improving. Yeah.
One of the things that's stood out for me in conversations I've had with your marketing team in particular is the deep level of integration you have with your EPC partners. How have relationships like Solve helped inform the direction of your product iterations?
Yeah, it's first of all, the containerized solution has always been the overall one part of the essential solution of Sungrow that will simplify the installation of our clients and partners on site. And also the new product of us, like the modular design of the product, that not only the installation part, but the O&M. It's easier to O&M the modular compared to our previous solution because it's working independently, like 1.1 megawatt per module. Then you can maintain that instead of replace the whole unit or repair the whole unit.
I don't know if this number is public, and this is on our in our prep notes, but are you able to share how much volume has gone to, let's just like Solve generally, that helps inform the different iterations, sort of that feedback loop, like how much you've sold to them?
To
Solve?
Yeah, we cumulatively have sold more than 4 gigawatts to Solve.
So if I heard you right, over the course of several years, you've delivered 4 gigawatts to the largest solar EPC in the United States.
That's right.
And in so doing, you've learned that solutions like containerized products, which you were the first to introduce, and the modular new now 4.4 gigawatt inverter, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Megawatt, yeah.
Megawatt, come from listening to the customer give you feedback that says, hey, if we did it this way and this way, it would help not only in the installation process, but also it would help in asset management on the back end.
Exactly. There was always this kind of argument about the maintenance, because the central inverters, the previous central inverters always be cost effective compared to the string solutions.
Yeah.
But the O&M was always the argument between the solution of central and string.
Right.
But now we're trying kind of merge the line between the traditional central inverters and the string. Is that we have independent modular deployed into the solution itself, so that when you're in maintenance, that you're not actually dealing with the traditional central inverter.
Yeah.
It's more like a large string inverter, not string.
Is it like
still, the large part, the independent part?
I didn't go see it yet, but is it like blade technology, like hot swappable units?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's right. Yes.
Okay, fascinating. I could see how that would definitely make it more like string inverters then. That's good.
Yeah. So we're trying to merge the concept between central and the string. It's not necessarily to be like to be called central or string. That's why
it makes sense.
We call it modular.
It makes sense. Well, you said argument, and I think it's really interesting because if you talk about the way that the conversation goes back and forth with a client, often things that sound like arguments are just pain points, right? It is issues that need to be resolved, and that you can then give feedback to your research and development team to help bring new solutions, new technologies to bear. What are the main pain points that you're trying to solve for clients right now?
The solution we have brought to our customers was always like it's mainly 2 points, right? The first is, of course, the cost.
Yeah.
And the second is how easy the product or the solution to be installed and maintained.
Yeah.
That's why come back to our the new modular inverter. That's always the feedback from our side.
Yeah.
To bring more benefit to our customers, that we can have still a centralized solution, not central inverter, but centralized solution.
Yeah.
To make sure that it's still cost effective, but also make it as easy maintenance as possible.
I'm curious if you have. I'm not sure how you would respond to this, but I'm curious, how does the technology, particularly to the 4.4 megawatt inverter that you guys just launched, speak to that customer's pain in a way that your prior products didn't?
Yeah, the prior ones, like we for example, the 3600 product. So if we have to do the maintenance of the product or replace the internal part of that, then it's a 2 units, but they were binding together.
Yeah.
So if you replace them or repair them, you have to replace them the whole
unit.
The whole, not the transformer part, but still the inverter part, you have to replace the whole unit.
Got it. So there's a higher replacement cost.
Exactly. But and also the time from the time wise too.
And you're taking the whole 3600 down.
Yeah, you always have to stop it, the product when you're maintaining.
Got it. So even on the 4.4, you have to shut it down to swap. Okay.
For the safety of the engineers.
Right.
But now the 4.4 is that if one part is broken, for example, you only have to take that part out.
Got it. Yeah.
The 4.4 is combined
Which I presume is faster.
For 1.1 megawatt, they're all working independently.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So now let's get to commercial application. How does this actually position your customers for better success in the marketplace?
Yeah, it's always like because the grid has been asking because the bigger the portion of the renewable energy or solar is getting bigger in the grid. That's why the grid or the local utility is asking more, like more efficient and like the response time.
Yeah.
And also other functions that are being asking by the grid for our product to respond to that increase or demands.
Yeah.
Right. That's one part, and come back to the cost effective, because when you're moving to the next generation, it's always relatively cost effective.
Yeah.
And also the stability, and also the O&M part, as we mentioned, right? That will all bring more value to our customers.
Yeah, I can certainly see, and certainly for a company like Solve, which has O&M built in as a service offering, how it makes them more competitive as well, right?
Yes.
Being able to offer a more unified maintenance solution. That makes sense to me. Well, everyone all week and for the last 3 weeks has been talking nonstop about the IRA. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how your customers are going to benefit vis-a-vis the sort of the chain of custody of inverter manufacturing, right? Like, how does the IRA stand to help both the inverters at the inverter side of the business grow, as well as what you see your customers most excited about?
Of course, first of all, it's very exciting news, right? We believe the market, the U.S. market is growing, but not as fast as we expected. But right after the IRA, we believe the market will grow in a very rapid, high speed in the next few years.
Yeah.
Of course, there are still bottlenecks, obstacles regarding to the supply chain mainly. But we believe there's, the market will be very exciting in the next few years. And also, the local supply chain will be, not for us, but the local supply chain or the local suppliers would be like benefit, and also the investors too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, rising tide lifts all boats, right?
That's right.
You guys had a prime position on the show floor, and a beautiful booth, by the way.
Thank you.
Every time I stopped by, I couldn't get any conversation with you because you were always in meetings. What did you learn this week that surprised you?
Yeah, actually, first of all, like I said, the market will be very exciting, and also based on our market's position in U.S. Actually, that's why we're focusing more on the product innovation and everything, because 80% of our business is coming from our long-term partners.
Yeah.
Right. That's why it's always the essential part of Sungrow is trying to enhance our product.
Yeah.
Build a team locally, because we have this year 125 employees for the U.S. Market, and it was tripled compared to what Sungrow has 4 years ago.
Wow.
Right. So, but along with the product and market development, we're looking forward to expand more of our team members to not only help our customers and partners from the product level, but also from the service networks, engineer support, and operations as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hank, how do you decompress? You go to so many conferences. How do you decompress after a thick week like this of so many customer meetings?
Yeah, because we're just trying to enjoy the beginning. We believe this is the beginning of the rapid growth of U.S. market. We just want to enjoy the atmosphere of the starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna go golf today? You gonna go take a break?
Probably not.
No. You're always working, Hank.
Yeah.
Always working.
But very exciting.
Good. So since I know you're always working, what's your message back to leadership about this show? What are you going to say back to leadership? Because I know you're going to aggregate your team's thoughts in all the meetings, et cetera. How are you going to communicate back to leadership about the success of RE+?
In the leadership of our...
Yeah, of the core of the organization. You're the president of the Americas, but you sit among a group of peers that represent the global organization of Sungrow.
Yeah,
The question is just like, how do you think about what this show represents for your business plan and the general energy of the show? You'll be in conversation with your peers, and I'm sure they'll say, "Oh, Hank, how was RE+?"
Oh yeah, of course. It's a really exciting show, of course, and also we have to prepare ourselves with the rapid growth of the market, make sure that we're ready from capacity, from employees, from the R&D, supply chain, and everything to be well prepared for the rapid growth of this market.
Well, the good news is you've already got a deep bench on the R&D side.
Yeah.
So I have no doubt that you'll be well prepared, as you always have been.
Yes. Yes.
Hank Wang is the president of Sungrow Power Supply for the North Americas region. It's always good to get a chance to hang out with you. It's a wealth of information.
Thanks so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next up is our Industry Pulse. That's going to be starting in about 35 minutes. Industry Pulse brought to you by Enerflo. Hope you'll hang around for our final segment of the week. I want to thank our presenting sponsor and our supporting sponsors, among them my illustrious guests from Sungrow, Solreit, SMA, Aurora, AES. Join us back here in about 30 minutes for the rest of the show.
Yeah, Tiger Rapid Shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, to provide the safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Libox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
Welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by Suncast Media and presented by Fluence. We're also streaming live at www.suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, Sungrow and Tigo. If you're watching this on the live stream, we appreciate you joining us today. And if you were with us the last 2 days, thanks for joining us and thanks for hanging in there and coming back on day 3. I know a lot of people are already on their flight home, but I am super excited for this segment in particular. I've been looking forward to this one all week. I really don't feel like Abby needs an intro, but for those that don't know, she's the president and CEO of the Solar Energy Industries Association, SEIA, the national trade organization for the U.S. solar and storage industry. Abby is laser focused on creating policies and conditions needed for the solar industry to lead our transformation to a 100% clean energy economy. Thank you for taking some time to talk with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. If we haven't met, yeah, we have met, but if the listeners haven't, I was the one who was on the dance floor until 2 in the morning at Shoals and on the dance floor at the Solar Fight Club the night before.
And you made it here.
Of course I made it here, man. It's RE Plus. You got to show up.
That's what we
Don't
live
hang
for.
if you can't show up.
That's right. I love the energy this year. So, I mean, really what I wanted to start with was obviously SEIA had a huge role in this historic legislation, and we talked about it. Everyone knows about the IRA, I think, at this point here. And I'm just curious from your perspective. I can imagine all the time and energy spent on this. What are you most excited about in that bill? Like, was there one aspect that you're like, wow, they nailed it?
Wow. I would say 2 things, right? First of all, it was years in the making. It did not happen by accident. The industry stood right next to us and helped us achieve that. I would say, one, the fact that there is a 10-year extension, right? Like, that's never happened in our industry. That's never happened in the history of the climate challenge. And so having that clear roadmap, right, and that policy certainty, so we're not subject to this sort of roller coaster of tax incentives is huge. And then secondly is the manufacturing credits, right? In 2019, we didn't have any manufacturing policy in place, right? We didn't even have a manufacturing division at SEIA. So we created one, we held a summit, we committed a white paper, we met with the Biden administration long before it was the Biden administration, when it was just a candidate, and then it was a president-elect, and then finally it was the Biden administration, and we said, this is what we need to do, right? And it's crazy to go from nothing in 2019, not a strategy in 2019, to legislation passed in 2022, and we're going to transform our industry. That's pretty cool.
I would say so. So obviously this bill, I'm sure, I don't know if you read the whole thing. Probably not many people that have. I read part of it.
I got people for that.
I tried. But I'm wondering, what do you think are the challenges in the implementation of the bill?
So I think the first challenge is just there's so much in the bill and so much that needs to be interpreted and guidance needs to be issued by the federal government, right? I mean, you're a business person. I'm a business person. We don't like to deploy our capital in the face of uncertainty. And so getting the government to move quickly, but also do it correctly so that it works for your company, it works for your company, it works for your company. That's sort of the biggest logistical challenge. Everything's important, right? And if everything's important, nothing is a priority. It's a challenge. I would say that's the biggest one.
So for those that listen the last 2 days, particularly yesterday, one of the main topics was labor shortage, workforce development, diversity. How do we include more people? Because we're going to need people to fuel this growing industry, which is growing before this. And now, obviously it's next level. Exactly. I like that. I'm going to use that. Supercharged. So how do you think this legislation lends itself to our commitment to diversity?
Yeah. This legislation lines up economic incentives with the social policy we want of more diversity in both in terms of our workforce and our deployment. And so when you incent people with money, they tend to do what you want them to do, right? So you think about the low-income adder, right? For distributed generation, you think about sort of placing in energy communities. That's around where the energy is going to go. If you think about the workforce, right? There were a ton of dollars in both the infrastructure bill and this one as well to make sure that we bring a diverse group. And at this point, I would say 99.9% of the companies I talk to say that labor shortage is a very near-term concern for them in terms of being able to execute. And so we can't be fussy about who comes into our industry, right? We have to welcome everyone. And so I'm excited that this, not only the bill itself, but I think this industry has really matured in its understanding of not only why it's important to have a diverse workforce, but being committed to making that happen. So that's if you ask me one of the things I'm most excited about the bill, it's really realizing the promise of that.
That's awesome. So clearly this legislation is a massive win for the environment, climate justice.
Yep.
I'm super excited about that aspect in of itself. But what do you think will continue to be challenging in the industry? We're talking about this rapid growth in labor. Outside of that, what other maybe headwinds do you see?
Yeah, well, we're in this situation, right, where the sort of framework we've been trying to create, the certainty we've been trying to create for the last few years, we've actually done. So the promise and sort of the vision has been articulated and cemented, and now we gotta execute against that vision, right? We have to realize the promise. And so there's a couple things I think that could hamper us. I remind myself that they're all products of our success, right? Like if we need to solve interconnection, which we absolutely need to solve interconnection, it's because we have so many projects coming online, right? So that I think could slow us down. If we think about, you could say the same argument about labor, right? Yeah. Ethical supply chains, right? If we need more and more and more product to build more and more and more solar, well, that's a good problem to have. That could slow us down, right, if we don't get that right. So those are the things I would add recycling to that, right? If you want to build a project in Massachusetts or Indiana or Mississippi and you have to post some crazy bond or sign some commitment that in 30 years you're going to do something with your panels, that's going to slow you down. And so all of these things, like my job is to clear the path. Somebody called me a snowplow yesterday. I was like, can we come up with a better descriptor for me than snowplow? I don't know. I like head of the spear better. Yeah. Like a little bit more elegant than a snowplow. But that's my job, right? Is to clear the path for you so that you can just keep building.
So we talked already about some of the challenges of the bill, but also what excites you about the bill. And I'm just curious, after this awesome week here, and I think the energy's been so intense. It's been awesome to have everyone back at RE+. Is there anything from the show that you saw that you didn't know about, or you're particularly excited about, or you just thought was cool that they could share with everybody?
Yeah, man. It was totally like electric in here. Sorry for the terrible pun. But I was excited about two things. One, on the sort of technology side, right? This show, I think, and our evolution of this show is that we are looking at customer solutions, right? So we talk about hydrogen, we talk about solar, we talk about storage, we talked about electric vehicles, we talked about grid integration. But what we're really focused on is how do we deliver what the customer wants? And the customer could be a utility, it could be Kmart, or it could be my neighbor. But it's what does the customer want? I think that's a cool evolution of our industry. But just personally, for me, like the people, I miss you guys. I really miss being with you and seeing you and hearing about your business and watching you grow. I feel like, honestly, I am a mom. I feel like a mom. Like some of you had little boosts, and now you have big boosts, and I'm so proud of you, right? And I can't wait to see how this industry grows. Like I had a couple different events for women, and I went to all the affinity groups yesterday, and seeing those communities grow and people feel welcome here in our space, that's really important to me. And I have gotten a sense that we're doing a better job with that.
Awesome. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming on to the Industry Pulse, sponsored by Enerflo, your solar platform. And I normally ask everyone to plug something, but I'm going to do the plug for you. So I'm just going to say, if you're not a member of SIA and you're here, you need to be one. I think that's what you would say.
That's what I would say.
Okay. Because these problems, the challenges, the things that our industry is going to continue to face, whether it's legislative or otherwise, they're not going to go away. So we all need to come together, and we need to make sure that we're members of SIA so that they can continue to fight for climate justice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Bye.
That was fun.
Sungrow. Without them, we wouldn't have this show. I really appreciate it. I know I've been having fun, and I think that there's a lot that I've learned, and I hope you have too throughout the week. So with that, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you, that smooth voice. With that, we're going to start. Again, welcome to the Industry Pulse, sponsored by Enerflo, your solar platform. With me, I have Warwick Johnston, and we're going to talk about renewables at scale and just lessons learned from Australia. And I was talking to Nico about this segment, and I really wanted to do it because I wanted perspective, and he goes, I know the guy. So I'm just going to read Warwick's bio quick. So he's the founder and managing director of SunWiz. It's Australia's leading solar provider to the solar and storage industry. Founded in 2009, SunWiz services over 80%. So 80% of the PV manufacturers by volume in Australia. In addition, he's on the board of directors of the peak body for renewable energy in Australia and is a former representative of the International Energy Agency's PV Power System program. That's a lot. Obviously, been in solar for a while. Welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much, Nate. Great to be here.
So, I know we have had a couple awesome conversations about what you're up to, and I think there's so many directions I could go, and we're actually meeting after this to continue because there's so many things that I can learn from you. But I think the stat that you gave me that was Australia had somewhere around 30% solar penetration in the residential market. And I'm curious, from your perspective, since you service all these PV manufacturers, you have all access to all this data, what challenges has that brought, and what could the U.S. learn from that experience?
Look, there's some great things about having solar being as cheap as it is in Australia. And you guys have got a lot of costs, more than you need, right? It's way too expensive. And of course, as you get cheaper and cheaper, then you get accelerated uptake. But there's a point at which things become a bit too cheap. And if there's not enough margin in the industry, it's hard to have a healthy, thriving industry. And so you want to just make sure that as we get to faster and faster deployment, you're going to have good regulations, the right amount of regulations for businesses, for installers, for products, etc., so that your social license is held up, but also so that everyone in solar can make an honest living and not be just trying to race to the bottom. Can I do it cheaper than the competition by cutting corners? So we're at the point in Australia now, there's 3 million solar installations on rooftops there, and there's 1 kilowatt of solar power per person in the country, right? So there's some great things that can come there, and we're not stopping. But yeah, how you get there, and I'm excited to watch America's growth in that trajectory too.
Yeah, that's so intriguing because I think there's a lot of people that would say solar too cheap. Like that's what we're trying to get to. So I love that perspective and just challenging the fact that you need healthy businesses to have a healthy industry. But the next question I want to ask is that we've had, again, several segments over the last few days, and we discussed how technology is stepping in to help businesses grow, especially in the States where this industry is booming so much, and with the passage of the IRA, it's continuing to grow, and it just feels like, at least everyone has been saying, it's one of the next big issues that we ever overcome is this perceived labor shortage. And I'm just wondering, how have you helped companies in Australia, and what's the next evolution of using technology to help solar businesses scale? What have you seen?
Technology can do a few things. One is we're still a very immature industry, pretty nascent, right? Both in Australia and America. And technology that exists and business practices that exist in other industries can be brought into the solar industry and to help, for example, professionalize solar businesses. And so we see that with good software tools that help them become more professional, both in their appearance and how they communicate with their customers, but then automating their back end. And the more that a business is automated, the more it can do with less. And each of those people that they have, key critical assets, are doing something that's valuable rather than just doing data entry, right? And the other aspect that can help solar businesses grow and go faster and do more with less is the use of data to help them understand, well, where should I be concentrating my efforts to be able to bear most fruit and be most productive. So those are the ways which we've observed and helped businesses in Australia, and can see that we could do the similar things in America too.
Yeah, and that's why I really enjoyed some of the conversations we had leading up to this, because a lot of things you touched on really liken back to why Enerflo was started and what we're trying to do, especially with the customer and having it look seamless from lead to PTO, we say, and that professional look. But if I could just go a little bit deeper into that. So, all Tuesday, again, we talked on this segment, the Industry Pulse, we talked about the role technology is playing in the development of solar through all the things you just mentioned. Not only increased efficiencies, but that leads to lower soft costs, more automation, less mistakes, things of that, higher quality. But can you go a little bit deeper into how you're using that data and how that data, what role that data can play in helping solar businesses grow?
Yeah, well, let's face it, every solar business needs to be going 3 times faster than it currently is if we're going to be addressing climate change, for example, right, and transforming our energy grid. And people scratch their head and go, how on earth can I be doing that, right? So data is helpful from a couple of perspectives. One is understanding the whole market data to understand, well, where should I be prospecting and benchmarking my business to understand, well, how well am I doing compared to everybody? I feel like I'm doing great, but I'm actually falling behind. I didn't realize, right? So that's one thing is market analytics, and that's one of our expertise. The next area is doing business analytics. So all the software, all the information that you're entering into software can actually be harnessed to help you do better. And so, for example, we do business analytics where, using people's software, we're able to feed back to them saying, these are the products which are converting best for you in terms of sales. These are the places that you're doing best, and here you get a higher average sale price, more profit, better battery attachment rates. All those sorts of things can help businesses to concentrate on what they're doing and double down on what they're doing well. And then you can also benchmark their data to the market to help them really understand and contextualize, this is what we're good at and we should be doing this more.
So in the beginning of the segment, you had mentioned that one of the things that's occurred in Australia, in your view, is that solar got too cheap, which, again, it makes me smile to say that because it's nothing that I thought I would ever say, and it's, again, an interesting perspective. But I'm wondering, have there been any other challenges with that level of penetration for having that scale that you've seen in Australia that the U.S. maybe needs to keep an eye on to make sure that we don't fall into that same trap?
Look, yeah, at some point we thought that, oh, geez, once we get to 10% of homes having solar, then we're going to run out of roofs or run out of customers, etc. And what's been fascinating is that once you get to, let's say, 10% adoption rate on rooftops, you go faster because people start seeing that the neighbours have got solar, I should get solar. So actually, high penetration isn't a bad thing. And then once you get to 30% penetration, you then start to repower all the roofs which you did 10 years ago with bigger systems, etc., to meet their modern needs. So there's still a lot of traction and pathway for our industry, and you guys will follow in footsteps there. But yeah, the challenge with all of this is just having the regulations and keep up, because it's such a fast evolving market, and we need to ensure that the social license is protected. If the solar industry gets a bad name, then people stop buying, and then it's a big issue. And so to have that, you need to have good training and accreditation for your actual physical installers. You need to have good product accreditation to make sure that these things are safe and fit for purpose. And then the next layer is also on the behaviour of your developers and installers. So making sure that they're communicating honestly and truthfully what the customer is actually going to get, rather than giving them like crazy, saying, oh, you're going to pay this back in 3 months,
Yeah.
So yeah, those are the things which need to be in place to sustain that social license.
Yeah, I love how you started that, because I mean, obviously it's economic principle, but just anecdotally, I could speak for myself. When I put solar up years ago, we were the only person in the neighborhood with it. And then as soon as one person got it, now, I think I can throw a baseball to 7 or 8 homes that all have solar. It's normalized now. That it's like you just need that first domino to fall. Yeah. And I've certainly experienced that, not just in my own neighborhood, but in my community and all around the States. But so all this is leading me to my final question that I want to ask you. And it's kind of, it almost seems funny to ask it because when you talk about solar, again, being too cheap, most people here don't think about that. That's the aspiration, is to get it as low as possible. So again, that's why I liked your perspective so much. But when I think about Australia and the market penetration, like you said, it's just fueling more growth in some ways. In your opinion, should U.S. solar companies consider doing business in Australia? And what are you seeing on that front?
For most US companies, I'd say no. It's like to operate in Australia at such low margins, and we're talking, the price for the customer is below US $1 a watt. There's a subsidy involved, so the solar company gets a bit more than that. But we're talking about sales that are typically about $5,000 US, and the businesses are making 20% margin on that. It's pretty thin. Right? And so US businesses that are used to higher margins come to Australia and go, and they have, Solar Cities come and checked it out, and they've gone, we can't operate here, and they've gone back home. So but some of the US tech and the software players, etc., can come to Australia. But even, for example, the aerial imagery over here, I think costs about $90, and so these drones can be put up for cheaper than that, etc. In Australia, the cost of aerial imagery is $5, right? So everything is a lot cheaper. So I would just be cautious about thinking about, well, can I go to Australia? It's already pretty crowded in terms of who's there, and can I make some money? And also, by the same token, Australian companies have come to America and gone like, this is just too bloody hard. Yeah.
So I think that's a great place to end. We kind of came all full circle, which is what I expected you to say, but always interesting to get your perspective. So before we end, is there anything that you want to plug?
Look, we're here doing some data partnerships and helping businesses to unleash the value of their data. Certainly, if they're on Open Solar, then we've got a strong partnership and ability to get that off and running straight away. But we're here also to help your industry grow smarter, grow wiser. So reach out to us for any of your analytics needs. You definitely should, and we'll be talking later and continuing our conversation as well about how your services can help us and help our business and our partners. So appreciate you coming on. Fantastic. Thanks, Nate. Thanks. Cheers. And the legend. Oh, wow. Mr. Pat Bennett. So, Pat, I'm going to take a little bit different spin with Pat because Pat has successfully started and ran a variety of tech companies and currently is the co-founder and CEO of Enerflo, which I think everyone at this point knows who Enerflo is if they've been listening to this show. But we're a software company that is streamlining the process for residential installers
from lead to PTO. And the take I really wanted to end with that I'm really excited to talk to Pat about, and we actually did not talk about this before, so I have no clue what he's going to say.
It's unscripted.
But I think the perfect ending for this whole 3 days is we've talked about labor shortages, we've talked about software and how software can help solve some of those problems. But what we haven't talked about combined is really how to grow, cultivate, have a great culture, get people into the fold so that you can grow your business. So what I wanted to start with is that most people have trouble starting one successful startup, but you have an impressive track record as a successful entrepreneur, and not just in solar, in other industries as well. And I wondered if you could just share your experience, and specifically if you can just talk to the audience about any advice you would have on how to run a prosperous startup.
Well, I guess first we'd have to define prosperous right now. Enerflo is a startup, but we have a lot of work to do, a lot of unfinished business, I feel like. But the first thing that comes to mind is having a mission that's kind of bigger than yourself. Because later when you have to get into hiring and bringing other people on and kind of having people follow you, having a mission that's worth waking up for every day and working on, that's a lot more fun than just trying to make money. So at Enerflo, our mission is to make solar affordable to every human on the planet, and that's going to take time. That's going to take more than a couple days, and it's going to take a lot of partners. So I think mission is a big one. I think another one is not being afraid to be wrong. So when we started Enerflo, we actually focused on energy efficiency, and we were trying to create tools that made it easy to sell attic insulation and home improvement products and HVAC, and realized that our kind of approach in software and tools were better fit for a different market, and that was solar. So we weren't afraid to make that pivot, and I think you have to be open to the best ideas, and the best ideas really should win. So the last thing I think to be successful in any business is to listen to your end customers. I spend a lot of time out there meeting with partners, understanding the pain that they're going through, and then creating solutions that actually make a difference. And I'm kind of surprised sometimes when I talk to startup founders or even just other company owners that they'll say they don't spend a lot of time with their end customer, and I think that's a massive mistake, because the decisions made in the office are, those are probably the worst decisions. The best decisions are made in the field when you're actually talking to your end customer.
Yeah, and I've seen you practice both of those things. In fact, we don't have time to tell the entire story, but the whole reason why I work with Enerflo is because of the mission. And that's what really resonated with me. And as we got to know each other over time, I knew it was going to be a great fit. So can you tell me, what lessons have you learned from previous startups that you had, or previous businesses that really maybe contributed to the success of Enerflo, or how we got here, or lessons learned that, I can't repeat that?
Sure. I think the biggest one is to find a co-founder. Honestly, when I tell a lot of people who are thinking about starting a business, I'm like, well, who are you starting this with? Because there's a lot of dark days in entrepreneurship. There were nights where Spencer and I would be talking on the phone, we're like, dude, we're going out of business. And then the next day we're like, dude, we're on top of the world. So I think it's good to have someone who complements you in a lot of ways. There's things he's really good at, and those are his core competencies. And there are things I would rather not be doing. And then there's things that I really love to do that he'd probably rather not be doing. So I think finding a co-founder to kind of go to battle with is really important. I think the other one is building a great team. The people that come in and share your vision and are going to go, try to push your mission forward every day. Those are the people that are really going to move the needle more than just, you and your co-founder. So I think people is probably one of the biggest things. I also think working on problems that should be solved. I think a lot of people think like, oh, we could do this, we could build this, but without getting market validation, without talking to customers, without kind of trying things and getting feedback, they maybe are trying to solve a problem that really doesn't need to be solved. And that's going to be a really hard battle, years to come when you're trying to drive change and grow revenue when people really don't need what you have. So getting that validation is also super important.
Awesome. So I think we're getting low on time, but I wanted to end with something I think that will summarize a lot of this and wrap it up nicely and really kind of put a keynote or pin in the week here. And we talked a lot over the last 2 days in general on the industry pulse about inclusion, attracting new workers, and just culture in general, right? That's important. It's one thing to attract workers, but you got to keep them.
Yeah.
Right? So especially in a post-pandemic era, I don't know if we're allowed to say that, but post-2020 we'll say. I know one of the questions I get a lot from people that are talking about joining us in our mission at Enerflo is, in an all-remote company, how do you think about culture? And how do you cultivate that culture to get people excited and focused and on that mission?
Well, going back to one of the most important things is attracting talent. The funny thing about culture and the way I think about it and define it is culture will be created at a company. So if you do nothing, there will be a culture created. It might not be the one you want. And so it's better to just lean in and be very active on culture. So the way we created culture at Enerflo is Spencer and I were very active in the first 10 people we hired to say, okay, this foundation, these first 10 people, do they work the way we work? Are they fun to be around? Do they embody the same characteristics? And then there was actually a time, I think when we were about 20 employees, we looked at all our favorite employees in the company. We listed out their attributes and what we liked about them. And then from that, we actually derived 5 tenets that drive our company still today. And the whole idea with that is giving your employees a way to make decisions in a framework where they will make the right decision or go through the proper process without you being there. And to me, that's really what culture is. It's how people go through decision making when you're not there with them. And so one kind of unique thing with us is we made remote work cool before it was cool. We were 100% remote in 2018 when we started. And so we just said, okay, we're going to embrace this head on. And with us attracting talent, we can't always win on comp. We can't always win on salary, but we can win on culture. And that's a lever that if we take it seriously and we ensure new people coming in embody that, then we can win there. And I think that's important with attracting talent in today's market.
Awesome. That was super insightful. I appreciate you coming on. And more importantly, I appreciate Enerflo sponsoring the Industry Pulse. Enerflo, your solar platform. If you want to hear more from me, you can check me out on LinkedIn, or you can look up my podcast, the Limitless Podcast. And as always, remember, you are limitless. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Nate. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jen. It's awesome to, this is our penultimate session. So if you've been wondering whether or not you should be on a podcast, do a podcast, how to get into video, whether video makes sense, how the micro content works, how to repurpose all of your content, you need to come over here because we've genuinely reproduced and produced hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of episodes, micro episodes, videos. It is going to rock. We're going to do a quick commercial break, but please come back and listen because Josh Porter and I are going to lay down some of the wisdom that we've learned from now thousands of hours and hundreds of episodes of podcast and video production.
Put it that way, it makes me feel tired. But yes, thousands.
All right, roll it, Graham.
Tiger rapid shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, to provide safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Livebox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
Tiger rapid shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product.
Welcome back once again. As I said before, this is our penultimate session here at the PowerUp Media Zone. We're going to talk about podcast and video. Everybody that reaches out wants to know, how do I get on your podcast, or should I create my own podcast? How does podcast help my brand? And I feel like it's almost a foregone conclusion these days that podcast is something you should be considering in some form or the other. That certainly was not the case when I and my co-host started our podcasts eons ago. Let me introduce my co-pilot, my partner in crime here on the Media Zone stage, Joshua Porter from Solar Coaster.
Aloha, everybody. It's great to be here on another adventure with Nico Johnson of Suncast. We've been on plenty of journeys over the years. And yeah, I'll tell you what, man, podcast, that language, just the word podcast changed its character over the last maybe 3 years-ish.
Yeah.
You would say podcast back in the day, and it was like, oh, that's kind of neat. And nowadays, everyone's like, oh, you do a podcast. I want to learn all about that. I want to figure out how I can do it too, you know? And that has a lot to do with, some of the big boys out there, of course, like Rogan and others. But we've just seen it as a way to tell stories people. I think there's something about being able to listen to two human beings genuinely exchange ideas in not a sound-bited kind of way, but in a way where you're able to, hear authentic ideas being exchanged. And a lot of the times in that kind of a framework, if it's done, if it's done in a thoughtful manner, it can really reveal new ideas about companies, about people, about history, where we're going. You're just going to learn a lot. I listen to I'm not just a podcast guy.
We're podcast junkies.
I'm a podcast junkie. I listen to. I love it. I love going out the garden, doing some gardening, and then just popping the podcast on and going, "Oh man, that's great!" So I get it too. I get it. I get why it's so nice to listen.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question because you were you have been a solar practitioner.
Yeah.
You started your own residential solar installation company just like I did. You grew it and sold it. No, I didn't do that. And you decided at a certain point there just isn't any content on the radio that I want to hear. And how did you solve that scratch that itch?
Yeah. I mean, we were in, we had a small solar installation business in Maui, Hawaii. And back in 15, we saw the NIM kind of go away. The net energy metering system went away. And then it became really complex trying to understand how to cobble together on-grid battery solutions in an era where that was pretty much the defining characteristic of your survival.
Yep.
And so it got really complicated, and we were just researching and trying to got super geeky out of necessity, and we were talking about it like crazy. And at one point, they were like, "You guys should go on the air."
Yeah.
And then we decided to do. Initially it was kind of a marketing endeavor. Years back in Maui, we did a 1-hour weekly radio AM/FM talk show, and then it just became a thing. People dug it. We had a great time. It was we did it every Friday at 1 p.m. And then it kind of kicked off our weekends a little early too, so we'd go over and have some fun afterwards.
Do you know what impressed me about it was that you kicked off your podcast around the same time that I did, and you were going live and on radio, and there was no room for error, and that was one of the things I admired about you. I mean, but you carried the show in an air of like, you know what, we are so confident in what we want to try to accomplish that we're just going to go live. And Suncast has always been a highly curated, highly edited show, right? From the very beginning. So it's the juxtaposition of two specifically, they're very different kinds of shows that achieve a very similar goal. And you touched on it in the front, which is that podcast gives a chance to tell your story in a much more humanized way, right? Two people having a genuine conversation. I see John sitting in the audience. One of the things that touched on me early, and he was one of the first 25 guests on our podcast, was when I interviewed my mentor and longtime friend, John Bonanno. He tapped into a story about 9/11 and his reason for his purpose for leaning into clean energy. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's done stuff in all aspects, all walks of life, yet he chose clean energy. And he talked about the why of getting into the industry and tapped into sort of the crisis of conscience that he felt throughout our society because of 9/11. And that story is hard to package in a scripted, sort of prescribed interview the way that we had heretofore come to know interviews, mostly in print journalism.
There's a hunger for that authenticity that comes from a genuine discussion.
Yeah.
And then because there's so much information out there on the internet, on the television, whatever, you're just inundated with these kind of soundbite oriented, hard-hitting message. Yeah. And I think we're kind of full on that. Of course, there's a place for that. It's an important piece of the puzzle, but there's a hunger for, I think, understanding more broadly what this particular issue is. And then when we talk about live, I remember actually episode 1's kind of hysterical actually. If you want to really, Jay always says please don't listen to it, but I mean it was us being like kind of anxious, right? Going out there on air, right? But I mean I think actually as I recall, we recorded the first one.
Did you?
We were nervous.
You're so nervous.
So to flip that on its head. And then we finally got to a place where it was like we were super comfortable. It was ridiculous. Total hams, and then, but here's the thing. It's the intent, right? If your intent is to genuinely learn, genuinely share information, genuinely provide a platform for other people to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's just fun. And you forget that, in the case of radio, maybe there's 10, 20, 30, 40,000 people listening at a given moment. When you first think about that, your mind can't quite process this. But I mean, afterwards, you're like, whatever, this is what we do. And then, of course, you remember those moments in time where it works really well.
Yeah.
And you go, whoa, man, I never thought that we were going to hit that point in that conversation.
Yeah.
Even on radio, for example, you got a time limit, right? You get like about 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And so I found that I really wanted to go farther because I think there's something about like that 40-minute mark when you're talking with someone or somewhere around there where you're finally comfortable enough, you're finally warmed up enough to really start revealing stuff. So
it actually, that's a really good point that you touched on. And a lot of folks say to me, you can imagine, but others might not, how often I hear, do people really actually listen to an hour of content? The answer is yes. People are hungry for long form, for good, authentic long form content. And I heard Tim Ferriss early on say that it was about the 40-minute mark.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. I love Tim.
People let their guard down. And it's when you get to that point that you have a breakthrough in the conversation. And that's when the good stuff comes, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons that we edit so highly is because sometimes the first 40 minutes isn't all that good.
I could do more of that.
And you don't want to publish all of it, but it is the grease, the lubricant of the conversation. So we actually package our sort of production into 90. I've shared with this before. Like every guest goes through a 30-minute prep call and a 90-minute recording session. And I've had people say, sorry, we're not going to do it. Like he doesn't have 90 minutes in his calendar. And I was like, all right, well, great. I don't have 30 minutes in my calendar for his style of conversation or her style of conversation. But, I think it's a lot of folks don't understand the amount of work that goes into a podcast, and I wanted to talk about that and we'll talk about it in the container of, because the purpose here is to have a conversation around how to leverage audio and video for your brand. So many people are coming to me right now and they're saying, help me start a podcast.
Yep.
And I say, well, look, you're kind of looking at this the wrong way. The amount of work required to actually put a podcast together is intense. Talk about the work that goes into creating a podcast versus how you would approach it if you wanted to get your name out there and your brand out there from a podcast leverage.
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah.
It's a bit much. And candidly, I think, I'm always awed by how much work you do because I think I don't work nearly as hard as you work.
You don't.
And I'm really impressed by how much you put into your craft. But there's an ample opportunity to burn boatloads of hours and putting this kind of stuff together. So, and I can think of the arc if you want to walk through it a little bit. I mean, we don't have to, just hook me if I get to, because, it's long, right? But at the end of the day, you're saying to yourself, okay, we got a topic and we want to explore this topic.
Yeah.
And then you need to cultivate relationships. And there needs to be a degree of credibility that the time that people are investing with you is going to be meaningful.
Yep.
So, it takes a little time to develop that credibility and then to be able to get people to spend time with you. Now, that's just the relationship-driven stuff, right? Now you got to be able to figure out, okay, I got to work with audio. There's a whole world of wonderful things that you need to learn and buy. You ever hear of GAS? GAS?
Yeah.
Gear Acquisition Syndrome.
Oh, yes. You have it.
So, GAS. You say, I have GAS. What are you talking about? I have Gear Acquisition Syndrome. So get ready to open your wallet.
I wish we had done photos so we could show your studio.
Because you're like, obviously, I need to have an Insta 360 that goes underwater in 8K, because how could I live without it? I mean,
I'm getting photos from Josh on his trips to Bora. He's like, I'm so glad I bought this.
So it's, you end up, first of all, you're gonna probably end up spending more money than you think. Then you're going to have all this equipment. Then you're going to figure out how to use it. There's a learning curve. There's a learning curve to this Rodecaster right here. There's a learning curve to this Zoom. This is that we used to call this the dead cat, the Zoom. And then how do you set the mics? How do you calibrate the mics? Are you using them right over time? You got to get used to your monitors. You got your little gimbals, all your kind of fun stuff. You're using different cameras. So it's like, there's just a gear component to it and a familiarity with the equipment that takes time. I remember saying to Jason early on, I really don't want to spend a lot of time on this gear thing.
Yeah.
Can you just give me the answer?
Yep.
And Jay kind of looked at me. Jay's a bit of a smart guy. And he's like, oh, man, he has no idea what Pandora's box he's opening.
100%.
And then a year later, I'm sitting there with I'm bumping in stuff in my studio. There's stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Shotgun, what I mean, everything.
I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, Josh and I were trading. We called each other a lot. And we're trading photos and videos of our studio. And it was almost like one-upsmanship of Josh buying a Blackmagic and me buying a Sony and me buying a Rodecaster and him showing me how he has this Rodecaster set up. But the whole point of this is the creation of a podcast takes hours and hours. I've been producing for 7 years. You've been producing for 7 years. Collectively, we have over 800 episodes published. Collectively, from a video and a public presentation perspective, we have over 10,000 hours collectively done, which is amazing.
That is amazing.
And we factored that you could drive around the world like 24 times listening to Suncast. Nonstop.
What a metric,
so
man.
as a brand, like, does it make any sense to try and to do that internally? Maybe, but if you are really just looking at getting brand recognition, and or as a thought leader, establishing your personal brand as something set aside from your corporate brand, so that you can, and through that, bring attention to your corporate brand. The strategy that is way more salient is to become a guest on a podcast.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the do's and don'ts of becoming a guest on a podcast.
I mean, I think that you're looking for the opportunity to sit down with someone that can potentially expose you to new listeners.
Yeah.
And people can hear your story, and then you want to be able to, it's a give and take, I think, is probably what the story is here. There's an opportunity to bring a story to a podcast that lives and breathes off of stories.
Yeah.
So there's that exchange. So I think you look at it as an exchange and a mutual support.
Yeah.
That's kind of the best thing I could say. And there's a lot of the details behind it. But.
Yeah. I'll tell you. So the thing that I think is the most important is to really understand who you want to be, what you want to be known as, and who you want to be known by, right? And there are podcasters that are talking to that audience, and the podcasters themselves, Josh or I, want to know very simply, what does your thought leader, if you're a PR agency, or what do you, if you're an executive, want to teach my audience, right? Because content really only exists to educate, and content is increasingly searched by problems that are solved. Peter was just here. He's at RenewCom, and they do an excellent job of getting their clients placed on podcasts. Why? Because they know what the podcaster's looking to solve.
Right.
And every time they reach out, they'll say, hey, here's a quick idea. They're really good at the pitch. I've got someone who will help your audience understand X, Y, and Z. Here's a couple of questions you might want to ask.
Yeah.
Does this resonate with your audience, right? Always thinking about my audience, never asking me for a favor, never, almost never asking for a favor, always saying, I think this is worthwhile because I understand your audience.
Giver's gain.
Yes.
So you're looking at the opportunity. You're saying, "Hey, I have this to share with your audience," and then they're putting it into bullet points, so it doesn't take your time up. So that's great. Yeah, it's a good way to do it.
Another thing that you do really well, and it's something that from the very beginning I was very intentional about offering, is that from the stage of a podcast, you want to use the interview as a way to refine your sales message. Why? Because as podcast is an education platform, and video, by the way, you can take the word podcast out and insert video if you want. It is an opportunity for you to remove friction in the sales process. Josh and I, at the end of the day, are BD guys. Like, we are business development machines. We live and breathe by finding companies that need to be connected with people, and we put them together, right? Our podcast essentially exists as a platform for that. For you to leverage that, for us to leverage that. And if you really understand where the top of the funnel message confusion is for your sales team, which, by the way, is articulated by the thing they have to answer the most on every single phone call, and the thing you have to respond to the most in all of your FAQs and email inbound, and you come to us and you say, hey, here's a thing we've noticed in the industry that is hard to understand, which selfishly will help us if we help them understand it. Now, all of a sudden, you've got unbelievable marketing fodder that helps us create good content to distribute that Google's going to love because people are searching it. And you can take that content and repurpose it on your platform, on your website. You can redirect it to us, but you can send it out in your email newsletter and say, hey, by the way, if you're struggling with this question, here is our president talking about it on such and such popular podcast.
Yeah.
It's such a great way to actually use someone else's platform to create content that helps you sell.
Well, once you have that, like, it's interesting as well to start with. You thought about it a lot more than I have, actually. But it's interesting to use a long-form piece as a way to explore kind of the, like you said, the issues that you're dealing with as a company. And I tend to treat it pretty organically, as you can imagine. So then I like to just, because I understand how businesses kind of grow and do over time. So I'll literally just dig into that and try to find where the strong points are, and the whole thing. And then we've walked through the business case, and then they've got a long form description of what they do. And now they can take that and they can refer to it, as you said, but they can also break up pieces of it. And that's kind of where it gets interesting. We both referenced Gary Vaynerchuk because this is considered his model. He released a paper on this a while back, a couple of years ago. We both read it right away, I'm sure. And, basically he's like, hey, man, take that long form, grab pieces of it, repurpose it for different social media channels, put it out there, find out what grabs attention. So from a 60-minute long podcast, you got boatloads of stuff, and where the inflection points, the cool points of the story were. It was I'll timestamp stuff right there. Then you go back, you grab those, and there's all little fun ways to do it, visually, graphically. You add little teasers and things to it, but it's not too hard. But it is hours, and it does take time. And then you want to put it out there, and then some of those things grab. And the ones that grab on those channels, then you can say, hey, something about this is resonating with the listeners or the viewers. And then you can take that and you can double down on that. You can explore that. You can do a whole other podcast in that zone. You can 100%. Go through the cycle again. And that's how you build listenership around an idea.
100%. And we are both acolytes of Gary Vee. If you want to dig down on what he's referring to, Gary has a video called, you can just search, I'm looking because it always pops up in my search because I share it so often. Google Gary Vee's 68 pieces of content. And the general thesis is how to generate 68 pieces of content from one activity, which is mind-boggling. Now, bear in mind, Gary Vee has a company with 1,000 people, and he has 35 people working just for Gary to make Gary be Gary, right? So, we aren't trying to be Gary Vee, but I've got John Brecker on our team walking around, taking photos. He's following around for me, and that content is immediately getting sent to Sophie. Sophie's putting it out on social media, right? So, I'm actively in real time learning from a mentor like Gary Vee on how to do it. But the purpose, actual core message of what you're saying is I want to point out two things. One, creating content oftentimes in the corporate world dies after the creation of it. It gets created, and it lives God knows where in some Dropbox, and you hope and pray that the first time it's distributed, you actually get an audience. And the reality is you're going to have to, it's like any other sales tool. How many times do you need to reach a customer before you get a sale on average? 7. Think about that from your content distribution strategy. I redistribute my stuff all the time in lots of micro content ways. Now, video is hot right now, right? A lot of folks are saying, oh, video is dying. No way. Video is hot. That's why TikTok is the leading global platform and will be for a long time to come. Talk about how what your clients are asking for now, because you've done a really elegant transition into not just a podcast platform, but a video production company.
Yeah. So, one of the things going from, I think, radio to podcasts and now into general short film production. That's been kind of the arc over the course of about 5-6 years. And what I discovered, was, hey, people need to hear this idea. And then we went to radio. And then, hey, people outside of our local regional market in the AM/FM need to be able to hear it around the world. We went to podcasts. And then with podcasts, we started to incorporate over the pandemic little bits of visuals in YouTube-oriented podcast style, Rogan style, right? And then we started to say, well, wouldn't it be interesting if we could tell kind of more, use higher production value equipment, create higher production value stories, and be able to tell, but once again, authentic stories, not super, from my perspective, super calculated, highly produced stuff from the back end. I'm really not scripting stuff or anything like that. I'm trying to take the magic that was there in the radio and the podcast world and bring it into film with really high quality visual work. And that's what the goal is. And that's where you're going to get into some really interesting technology. But I'm starting to see finally, and by the way, the movement into short film, there's so much to learn there, man. I don't know if I estimated it at all. I could say I underestimated it, but there's just so much to learn. But I have seen progression in that in that process.
Yeah.
And we're just starting to see the big ones coming out now that are like, oh, I feel really good about that. And as an example, just 2 things, if I may. So we did our cross-country film project sponsored by Sets in 2021. We did 64 days on the road. We talked to amazing people on an RV, right?
Yeah.
And we were shooting the entire time. You get a kick out of this, man. We were shooting the entire time from Georgia to Acadia to Niagara to Princeton to Wisconsin to Chicago, you name it. And we had shoots scheduled in Colorado and New Mexico and back down in Tampa before Delta hit and the hurricane hit. And mobile studio in an RV, that made it was a whole extra challenge.
Unbelievable.
We were totally ill-equipped to handle it, but we did our very best.
Yeah.
And we had a great time. And some of that was on the Jumbotrons here this year.
Beautiful, beautiful visual effect.
Thank you. And it's a learning process, right? So but more recently, a little bit more professional. Yeah.
Highlight who else participated in that, though, because again, this is how to leverage podcast and video for your brand.
Right.
You didn't do it just with Sets. There were brand partners that came alongside you.
Yeah. So, more recently, I would say we did have a handful of brand partners involved in that, but more recently, SolarEdge, as an example, started to get involved. And what we did, we took the production understanding that we gained from that cross-country just whirlwind, right? And we, by the way, before we get into that, we met some amazing people. I want to give you a quick idea of how these stories can be so compelling, right? There's a guy in Princeton, and a gentleman, he's got a gentleman's farm. It's gorgeous. He's a rich kind of a developer from the renewable energy world. But he is commissioning at Princeton University's Andlinger Center, which is the clean energy research area, how they're modeling, like digital twinning, modeling the grid of the future, how they're going to deploy all these assets in the most efficient manner possible.
Brilliant.
We sat down with him at the Andlinger Center, and we brought all our equipment out and then shot him right there in Princeton. And then another guy is a Notre Dame Peace professor. His name's Patrick Regan, and he's retired, and he's creating a small domestic PV manufacturing site in Elkhart, Indiana. And we were there, and he's hiring only ex-convicts.
Yes.
Right? So remarkable stories from around the country of the new energy economy emerging. That was super fun. And then we came back home, and we hooked up with SolarEdge, and we said, hey, we're going to show what it's like to have this new energy hub system in our home. We brought all the equipment in, and we shot the entire process, and in probably a couple weeks' time, we'll release a 6 short series with SolarEdge Global.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that, and that's a great example of how a company like SolarEdge is leveraging an influencer in the industry who has a particular capability around storytelling to help them tell their story. Instead of having their marketing team go out and package it and find a customer, effectively you became a customer, right?
Yeah.
You became a client to help tell that story. I have a similar engagement, and that project will come out in the new year. Yeah, we're really excited about that. But I think that highlights and sort of underscores the new economy that we find ourselves in from a marketing perspective, a brand marketing perspective. We have not. The only real brand advocates that we've had in the industry up to now have been the owners of big brands like Shug, right? Like Shug is such a dynamic leader.
Yeah, that's great.
But when you think about what that means for the industry, it means that, rightly so, Shug's going to talk about Nextracker. And that's all he's going to talk about. He's going to talk about, that's not true. He's going to talk about Nextracker and all of the people that work with Nextracker, right?
Yeah.
Which itself is great for those other brands. So aligning yourself with Nextracker literally means aligning yourself with Dan Sugar, who is a superstar, right? And what Josh and I, and there are many others in our industry who are beginning to elevate themselves and create these platforms, offer for brands is the opportunity to align yourself with a unbiased, in most ways, third party to help validate the messaging, communicate that messaging, and elevate that message to a broader platform than you would be on your own doing so. A lot of people see straight through branded content.
Yeah, what's right. They see straight through branded content. That is a great conclusion. It's interesting to think that Nextracker and Shug and his team, that these companies that are so good at it already are putting so much emphasis on the podcast realm at the moment. So, for example, SolarEdge, these guys are mavericks.
Yes.
Mavericks in video production, mavericks in marketing. I mean, they're an amazing company doing crazy things with the technology. It's constantly a new thing coming out. And then, Nextracker and Shug and his team, Kristen and Craig and all them, we just finished a podcast with them because they deployed one of the first RFB phase 1s in Hawaii, which is a 40 megger, but a very momentous, governor-attended commissioning just about last month, and they immediately reached out and said, we got to do some stuff together because.
That's right.
And she had said to me, we're around the world, we're in Brazil, we're in maybe it's Dubai and the Middle East, but we want to work with local teams to tell the story on a local level. Yep. And so that's it's front of mind for these companies that are already super good at it.
Yeah. Look, we could literally talk about this for the next 2 hours. I wanted to highlight and wrap up because we're gonna do the Daily Show, which is coming almost immediately right behind this. For anyone listening who is intrepid enough to try and do this on their own, like you and I have done, Josh and I have almost exactly virtually the same equipment, which is one of the things I love about it. It's like we always are like looking at it and going, wait, I use the same thing. All the way down to the Zoom as our first.
You got the Rhodes, and then Jay picked. I didn't even ask him to get the Rhodes.
Yeah,
he got them, and I'm like, oh,
yeah, exactly. So for the intrepid content creator out there that is crazy enough to go out and start their own video vlog or podcast, what would you say are the core and to keep it light and simple?
That's the key part.
The key 3 or 4 pieces that you want in your gear bag to be able to either highlight yourself or highlight your executive in a way that just is not super intrusive. You can carry it around in your backpack.
I really like light footprint technology.
Yes.
Because bringing around a Blackmagic or something like that, or a big camera with its own batteries and the sticks and everything, the lighting, that is pretty difficult to do effectively. I'll tell you what we've been using while we've been here on the show floor as our kind of...
I don't know why that happened. That's
there
super
we go.
weird. Keep
I
going.
think, well, that's actually, there you go. That type of stuff happens, right? And that's ironic that it happened right at the moment. Here she is.
I don't know what that is.
None of my stuff's on.
All of a sudden, I mute the channel, and it starts to...
Hello.
I think that's the internal alarm that says you've been going too long.
How apropos, right? That you have to deal with these kinds of things.
All right, here we go. So lighter on the pros and sharper on the yeses and nos.
I don't know what that means.
Keep it short. We gotta go.
I like the Zoom H6 as a mobile mic. I think that's great.
Yes.
That can be used if you're in the field.
H6N, yeah.
Yeah, and then I like the I like this gimbal, this DJI gimbal here.
Super
That's why
good.
I put it up. This is like $100 or something. And it's and you can use your phone with it. And the phone's got a great camera these days.
Yep.
Now you need to do pro audio. You can't use a phone's
Yeah.
audio.
Mm-hmm.
So there's you can get some Rode. The Rodes, you got those here?
Yep.
So you can actually plug these into this. This can
is
be
the
your
Rode
audio
Go
interface.
mic. Rode
that
Go
can be
mic.
your labs.
Have you seen this?
And that's a nice little piece of kit. Oh, sick! I love it. I'll have it next week.
So, can you bring my GoPro up? Can you bring my GoPro up?
But this is kind of like moving around in the field, and that's one way of doing it, right? Of
Yeah.
course, then you're at your home,
Yeah.
and you've got your computer, you've got your desk mic,
Yeah.
you've got your audio system. The Rodecaster Pro is
So
just a
good.
great audio mixer. It's inexpensive. You're talking about a few $100.
Yeah.
Those are some of the tools of the trade.
So I want to share a couple that have changed the way that I work. It's unbelievable. I started out as well with a Zoom H6N and an SM58 microphone. These are SM7B microphones. They're like it's way too expensive of a kit. The Zoom H6N is about $400. SM58 is about $100. So for $500, you can have a great audio interface, a world-class stage microphone.
Yeah.
There's the AT5100 Audio Technica is a great product. Oh, and by the way, a hack that we give for everyone, if you go to mysuncast.com/tools, mysuncast.com/tools, you'll see the headset that we recommend for under $50. That is pound for pound the best headset you could possibly use.
This guy's trying to get all of his guests to wear that headset.
That's right.
He's like, I've had it
They
with poor quality audio.
They do.
Right?
In fact, I don't try to get them. I require on my podcast that you
Whoa.
have that headset
Whoa.
or better.
That's awesome.
To be on the show now. Yeah, I don't
I've had billion-dollar companies literally like use like a PC mic, and I'm like, man, what do you guys?
I don't do it. Like the last time I did that, actually, honestly, the last guest I had who didn't comply with our rules, and I said yes was Mary Powell.
You're like, okay, you get away with it.
So I used to roll around with the Zoom, but it's a little heavy, and these things are ultra lightweight. Like
that goes directly in, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I've got the media mod on a GoPro 10, and I can literally clip this thing in with a hot shoe like this
Oh,
Boom, opposite, flip it over.
That's sexy.
I'll just show you how
Look at
fast
that.
this is. It'll go right in. This will plug in there. I can stand it up on a tabletop, and I can say, GoPro, start recording through this microphone.
Oh,
and
it's voice enabled?
It'll turn on,
Yeah.
and it'll record, and then it'll turn off. And it is high fidelity audio
Yeah.
by a company,
Yeah.
Rode, out of Australia. It's one of the greatest audio companies in the world right now.
I like it.
This kit packs into my water bottle holder on my backpack, right? That is my new podcast travel kit. And as long as I am, and the cool thing is they've got the Rode Duo. This is a commercial for Rode now. The cool thing is now with the Rode Duo, I can take the lav and put it on the guest, and I have 2 of these mics for what it's worth.
Oh, yeah.
But I can take one and put it here and one in the other stick, or I can put one on the guest and one on myself. And I don't even need to have, now I don't have to have the 2 channels. The reason, and it splits it out into 2 channels. So the reason that I love the Zoom is it gives you 2 clean channels, but now you need XLR, you
Sure.
need XLR mics, etc.
So it's about like simplifying
It's
kind
super
of the beginning.
simplified. Like Josh and I have taken things to the far complicated end of the spectrum. And now I'm starting to get to more simplified because I see that video first is where everyone goes. Attention spans are like gnats right now. And so you've got to catch people where they're at, give them 30 seconds to 3 minutes worth of content. If they stick around for the 30 minutes or the 3 hours, like my interview with Regan Farr, then awesome. But I think that audio and video is transforming the way that brands and companies and thought leaders communicate to the world.
100%. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I think that we were talking about things in the field, and then the real critical piece is going to probably be something at the desk in the studio. Good quality mic, good quality mixer. Of course, you can do it just with a USB into a PC. That's probably where the bulk of people are going to start, and that quality will probably do the job for like remote interviews or just 2 people in a studio. But think about, of course, sound dampening, ways to control the sound in the room. That's a key thing. And then, as you get into video, I could tell you video kits of things that I've played with, but that's a whole other different
We have to
conversation.
go way down the rabbit hole. I'll encourage folks, please do reach out. Josh and I are eminently available and findable on the webs. But for those who have never heard of you and maybe want to reach out to you because they've been intrigued, how can they find you?
Yeah, well, you can just give me a call.
Yeah,
but
666-5532.
No, 808-283-6079 is my cell phone, and just give me a call. I'm in Maui. Just trying to call
What's
me
your email?
outside of josh@solar-coaster.com. You can go to www.solar-coaster.com and check us out. That is literally the website we put up 5-6 years ago. We haven't updated.
Well, that's something that we have deeply in common. MySuncast.com. I stood it up on September 1st, 2015, and it's changed very little in design. We did just launch Suncast.media to represent more of like what we're doing on the media side.
Nice.
And so those are the 2 ways that you can easily find me. I'm at NICOMEO, Nico Mayo, on Twitter, and I'm very easily found on LinkedIn as well. You can search Suncast Podcast just about anywhere and find us. We'd love to meet with you, help you with your with helping find your brand voice related to audio or video. And I can't endorse enough the work that this gentleman does.
Vice versa. Ditto. Thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure.
Well, I'd say that's a wrap. We've only gone over by about 15 minutes. It's the only time I've taken that liberty on the stage I created, and I'm glad to do it. I'm Nico Johnson with Suncast, Josh Porter from Solar Coaster. Thanks for listening along and tuning in if you were tuning in on the live stream at suncast.live. Thanks to Fluence for helping bring this whole podcast stage to life. Thanks to AES, Solry, SMA, Sungrow, and Aurora for supporting the podcast stage. Thanks to Dynapower and iSun, Sterling Wilson, Clean Power Research. Thanks to Enerflo. That Industry Pulse was an amazing addition to the segments that we've done. And Veris and Baywa. The Baywa break was awesome Tuesday and Wednesday. I want to thank Redo, Leyline Capital, and KeyBank Capital Markets. And certainly, last but not least, we're going to speak with Philadelphia Solar's CEO in about 3 minutes' time as we wrap up our daily roundup, the last one of the week. Stay tuned.
Montague rapid shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, really to provide the safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Liebox Solar use Tigo's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Tigo, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Tigo provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.
All right, welcome back to our fourth and final daily roundup live from the PowerUp Media Zone here in Anaheim, California at RE Plus 2022. I can hardly believe that it is about to be over. Is there something you're looking for? Thank goodness for the last 3 days, Graham Whitley has kept us on track to start and stop the recordings, to keep the levels right. Beautiful. Round of applause to our operations team.
Nice job.
I'd like to, but as we start here, I would like to give a round of applause to the real life crew, the video crew that made our live stream possible. Thanks as well to Sungrow and Tygo, who also supported so that we could bring the live stream to life. It cost 3 times more than we thought it would when we originally said, hey, this would be a good idea. And I really, really appreciate the real life team. You guys are super pro. If anybody needs video work to live stream at your events, contact Andres Torcios at Real Life. He did not ask me to give that commercial, but it is a hearty endorsement. These guys are super pro. You guys are amazing. Thank you. I also want to give a round of thanks for the Suncast team that behind the scenes has helped to make this whole thing possible. Jenny Smith is our show manager. She kept the trains on time. So, just none of this would have really happened if Jenny wasn't so diligent in helping plan and schedule and organize. Sophie McNamara was our guest reception and marketing specialist. Thank you, Sophie. She really helped to amplify on the social. If you see anything happening right now on any of my social channels, it is not me. I'll just full disclosure say that Sophie has learned to effectively clone herself as Nico, and I think that any good company right now, any good team that has thought leadership has to figure out how to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, candidly, I think you're doing it fantastic. It's not something that I'm able to do really with a lot of people, but you know, I can see that you're growing in a way that's really awesome, so I'm really happy for that.
It's amazing the difference in audio in sound, isn't it? The bleed from that microphone.
Yeah.
We just muted one of the channels, and it's unbelievable the difference in sound that it makes. So we're gonna bring that channel back up in just a moment. I just wanted to say also thanks to Nate Jovanelly for hosting our industry pulse. He's gonna come up in a few moments' time to help us finish the roundup. And last but not least, once again, thanks to our presenting sponsor, Fluence, who really did kick in and help make all of this possible so that the dream of the podcast lounge, which is now the Media Zone, could come to life. I mean, Josh and I sort of noodled on this idea 3.5, 4 years ago, and and it really has come to life, and I'm really excited that we've been able to do it. I want to dig into something that's very interesting, and that is local manufacturing.
Oh, cool.
Local manufacturing here in the United States. And there's a company that I've recently met that has been working for the last 4 years to bring local manufacturing to the United States. They're actually the largest manufacturer it's Europe and SME, right? Mohammed Shadeh is the Chief Commercial Officer, Chief Development Officer of Philadelphia Solar.
Hi, Josh. Hi, Nico.
There we go.
There we are.
Perfect.
Hi, Nico. Hi, Josh. My name is Mohammed Shahada. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of Philadelphia Solar.
Yeah. Well, Josh and I are probably going to ask you some really geeky questions.
Sure.
But first of all, I wanted to, for those who perhaps are unfamiliar with Philadelphia Solar generally, it's a company from Jordan that has a huge presence in Europe. And because of the nature of our kind of xenophobia here in the domestic markets, we aren't as familiar with the brands that don't have a presence already in this market, right? So tell us a little bit about Philadelphia Solar, and then we'll talk about the work that you've been doing to stand up a physical presence in the United States.
Sure. So Philadelphia Solar established in 2007. We established as a PV panel manufacturer, but today we have a little bit different structure. We are more like a holding company that have several revenue streams. One of them is the manufacturing. So we have a 500 megawatt manufacturing line that exported to 52 countries. We have a 300 megawatt mounting system manufacturing line that exported to 14 countries. We have our EPC team as the second revenue stream, and we have almost 400 megawatt as an EPC team reference total. And we also have our development arm, so we develop projects, sell electricity, and we build it on our own. So we have around 158 megawatt projects that is developed in Middle East.
Fascinating.
Whoa, there's a lot of different streams in that
True.
puzzle.
Different streams actually help us survive the up and downs of the market, and that several types of business carry each other and help us to grow the whole profile.
Right. Amazing. And they're organized into separate actual teams of people that work on those specific areas.
We have around 500 person working in the company.
Amazing. So I mentioned in the lead up that you've spent about 4 years working to get manufacturing here domestically.
True.
Can you, I mean, we're all, not we're all, but many of us here are entrepreneurs that are listening. Can you talk to me a bit about the struggle, the journey of just trying to stand up manufacturing here in the United States, especially given that the IRA presumably is meant to help make this easier.
True.
So what's been your experience, and how do you expect that now, sort of that demarcation line with the Inflation Reduction Act, it's going to become a fulfilled prophecy?
So I'll start where the whole idea come from. I mean, it was like almost 4 or 5 years ago. There was a RE Plus or SPI show in Vegas. And when we attend that show and we saw the domestic market demand, it was huge. And we thought seriously to start the production in USA, and we start our due diligence process. We found several, let's say, obstacles in the regulations. After Section 201, 301, it was obvious that manufacturing in the US might work because it's protected against, let's say, anti-dumping.
Right.
When we started the process, we started due diligence, we started to interview a lot of EDOs in the States. Less down the States, we decide the location. We almost bought the location that we want to start production, and then Section 201 was canceled. Who would really dig deep in the production process will know that there is 7 out of 11 raw materials that is used to produce the PV panel is under customs in the CBP.
Yeah.
That's regardless the source of materials.
Yeah.
And if you get it from China, you will pay another 25% more on top of that. So without clear protection or subsidy, it will not work. And that's why we stopped the plans. We canceled the whole plan, and at least we freeze it. With the IRA now in place, I think, of course, I need to go back to the board and to explain the whole process. But I think that the project might be alive again, and not at the same even size that we decide to start with, which 1 gigawatt. It might be either bigger, or we can go up or downstream more. Maybe we'll go to the cells too. All that will depend on the financial side. We have to do some studies in the next 1 month, but I think we will come back with a decision very soon, because it's who come first.
That's really encouraging, because you had those other revenue streams and you were able to kind of freeze one, and then when the legislation became where it needed to be, now you could say, okay, let's turn this back on potentially.
Exactly.
Right?
That's the different revenue streams always help us to be really a flexible company.
I didn't realize just how close your booth was to us on the show floor. We had a lot of traffic coming through and going past here, so I know that they were going right by your booth. What was the general sentiment of conversations like at your booth now, like after the full 3 days is complete? Did it meet your expectations? And what was the common theme of the conversation you were hearing?
So the first thing you mentioned was right. I mean, to work with a company that don't have an existence in the U.S. is not an easy decision for a lot of U.S. companies, especially let's say the local distributors or even some developers. And that's one of the points that will encourage us to have at least a local office here in the U.S. But I will prefer to push for the manufacturing. In general, the feedback was great. The demand is there. We are competitive in general. I mean, I can say that because I could read the market reaction. And I think that we can really do a great job in the next 2 years in the US. I believe if we do it right, you will find the name. I mean, let's say it will show off more in the market.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, you're in a position where you're looking at this new legislation and you're saying we can take another go at domestic manufacturing. And it's like, do you see that there's going to be a ramp up of domestic manufacturing across the country right now? Are you hearing that kind of discussion on the show floor? You think it's going to be a really aggressive kind of move? And also, how long does it take to go from point A through to the point where you're actually delivering product? Given, we're so dependent on these legislations.
I believe there will be a huge move. There is a lot of talking. Many big names now is talking about starting manufacturing in the U.S. It is easy, but not that easy. I mean, you need to know the tricks. You need to understand the industry very well. Some companies can really do it very fast. I mean, if we want to move fast, we can do it within less than 1 year. I can say 9 months. Other companies might need more time. There's a learning curve that you need to be through it. I mean, for newcomers, it's not easy. I mean, it took 15 years and we're still learning.
I wonder if, and there are different types of manufacturing lines for the different types of PV, right? I wonder if it's obvious, given the state of affairs right now, which type of product you're going to develop the manufacturing line for. If it's like premium, multi-20-step process type of manufacturing, or if it's another area that may be more for utility scale, or, have you got a sense of where that goes?
I believe we can start with the residential, with the black panels, which is like niche panels. I think this is the start. We can work on the utility scale if we start to be 2 gigawatt and above. I mean, because the demand is high, you cannot just book the whole capacity for one client. So we will focus on the small panels first, which is used mainly for the rooftops, maybe some commercial and industrial, but utility scale will be the next step.
It's not easy scaling anything. So my hat is off to anyone who takes on the endeavor of standing up a manufacturing process.
Thank you.
And in particular, moving out of your home country, moving out of your home region into a large market like the United States, where really thinking about your brand presence and your partnerships is quite a change. It's quite a bit different from the way that you would do it in the Middle East or in Europe. But clearly you've got experience moving from one market to another. So we wish you success.
Thank you.
Did you go ahead and book your booth for Vegas?
Yes, actually, we'll do that. We'll do that today.
Yes, I would encourage you, go do that today.
Of course we'll do it. I mean, it's Vegas.
Well, Mohammed, I'll let you go, and so you and your team can go ahead and go lock down your spot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Great
I appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
All right, last but certainly not least, we're going to have a little round table here with our buddy Nate Jovanelly, the co-host of our Industry Pulse. He's going to join us, and we're just going to have we're going to talk shop about how the week went, going to dig in a little bit on how Nate's conversations went, and have a little fun.
Thanks, Nico.
Good to see you, buddy.
Excited to be back up here. It's weird.
Look at how uncomfortable you are in the microphone since I gave you a headset the whole week.
The headset was way better. And this is the first time I'm sitting, but it's also the first time I've been on stage with you.
It is.
So how about that?
We're capturing this moment. It's the first time that we've been on stage together. I love it. I wanted to ask, you've been, over the last year, you have essentially positioned yourself in the industry as a thought leader. What's cool about that is that thought leaders do have to realize at a certain point that they have thoughts worth communicating, right? One, and two, have to have had experience from which to cultivate deep thought. For those who are unfamiliar, can you give like the 2-minute bio of the sort of the development experience and expertise you have in the solar industry?
Sure. No, I really appreciate that. I appreciate that you think that I'm positioning myself as a thought leader, so that's great. I must be doing something right. I would say that, the short version is that I saw an opportunity with a large energy company to come in with a new TPO product, which would be a lease or a power purchase agreement. And I got my start about 9 years ago, started doing, with nonprofits and just forging partnerships with some people might think are non-traditional. I know I was on your podcast, and it's like, isn't that a competitor? I still get that all the time, even in my current position. Isn't that a competitor? I don't see anyone as a competitor.
Love it.
I think no matter what you're doing, there's always an opportunity to work together to continue to grow your business. So It's been a great 9 years, and now, as you know, I'm with Enerflo.
Yeah.
And we are streamlining the process from lead to PTO and having a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah. You bought a lot of projects over the years, and brought a lot of people opportunities that they weren't otherwise afforded to get their projects into reality, like bring them into life. So I love that you have such a deep expertise. I thought it was great that you did something that I advocate a lot, which is, if you're going to try and start a piece of media content, try to do something that is tangential, something else that you love. Can you talk for a second about the Motivation Mondays that originally were where you and I sort of cultivated this friendship and relationship around creating content?
It's like all things, first of all, I believe there's opportunity everywhere.
Yeah.
Like I said. And it's just keeping your eyes open, and most people just watch it pass by. And what started as the simplest of concepts, which was really, again, as somebody said earlier, I was sort of remote working before remote working was cool. Right. I was working for a company based in Ohio. We had these executive meetings, and I noticed that they could read this whiteboard behind me. Yeah. And I started off just with simple, whimsical quotes, I would say. And it was just to catch their attention, have a good laugh before these meetings started. I'm the only person that's virtual. Everyone else is in a conference room. It's like a 90-inch television. And from there, it started to get more motivational. And I think it was you and some other fellow podcasters like, hey, you should turn this into something.
Yeah, you can give me the credit.
Of course. And, so it went from just posting simple things on a whiteboard to make people laugh to try and give some inspiration. And then ultimately, 100% it's for my kids. And it's funny because I started doing just a short clip, and it's like, oh, man, you got to turn that into video. So then I started videoing it, and Nico's like, man, you got to get a better camera. And then once I heard myself on your podcast, I'm like, I need a better microphone. That's for sure. So started to slowly upgrade, and it's been an amazing journey, and I think what most people don't know, again, I'm doing it 100%, it's for my kids. So it's always topical. I do it every Monday. I've only missed one Monday, and it's when I was in Disney World this year, and I missed it on purpose because I'm doing this for my kids, so I'm not going to do it in line as I'm waiting to do the Tower of Terror with my kids. That's kind of counterproductive. But for almost 2 years now, every Monday, I've been putting out a video, which then you said you need to make this into a podcast. So it's like a 4 to 5 minute quote that talks about something super relevant to my kid's life, and it really resonates with people, and it's wild. Because I don't do it for any purpose, but my kids take the feedback so much better in this format, even if it's praise, which I find it's taught me a lot, because sometimes when you give praise to children, and I have a broad range of ages, they don't know how to take it. Sure. And no matter what, they have the time to digest this. This is what Dad thought about that question I asked earlier this week, or what's going on. Like a couple weeks ago, somebody came up to me, this very close in my life personally, was like, oh, did your oldest son, did he break up with his girlfriend? I heard your Limitless podcast, your Monday Motivation. I said, yeah. So people close to me know what it's about. Right. And I love that. But outside of that, it's amazing how many people stop. And there's days, as you know, I'm sure you had in the beginning, it's like, is anyone listening to this?
Yes.
Yes. But then there's days like these conferences, and this has been such an amazing, the energy here has been something I didn't realize how much I missed. But people come up and they stop you. True story. Yesterday, I was at one of the many parties that were going on a rooftop bar, and one of my colleagues is like, I think I know that person standing over there. I said, do you want me to go find out who he is? Yeah. And I'll go up to him, and I said, hey, I think I might know you. And he goes, you're Nate Jovanelly. I said, oh, I do know you. He said, no, you don't. I follow you on LinkedIn. I see your posts. I mean, it never ends, and it just takes that one time. So it's awesome, obviously it's awesome and great, you're doing it for your kids, but it takes that one person that reaches out to you, and it doesn't have to be in a comment, in a direct message, and says, hey, I needed to hear that today, or hey, I sent that to my cousin, she's going through something. And
it's
this happens more and more.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's so meaningful when you do hear that type of feedback. From my perspective, having had a radio show back in Maui, I remember like sitting in the bank line, and then someone from the community, like a grandma or something, would say, you know, I remember that show you did yesterday, and I really liked the way you talked about that solar panel. And it was a really sweet, endearing kind of comment. And I thought, wow, you know, you do ask yourself the question of, are people listening to this, right, from time to time? And then you hear that, and it's really reassuring. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that, and Nico pointed out, and this is something a lot of people, I'm sure you both could relate to. It's almost like that imposter syndrome. Like, what do people want to listen to me for, right? Yeah. But I can't tell you, again, I have multiple examples from this show where someone said, hey, I heard you on Nico's podcast, or hey, I heard you on this thing, or when you did that. And it's from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And they said, you said this one thing. And I have a specific example I'm thinking of right now that happened to me 2 days ago. Yeah. And somebody stopped by the booth, no idea who I know who they are now, didn't know them at the time. And they said, I listened to one of your podcasts from, I think it was from December, and you said that we need to transition from people being sold solar to people buying solar. Yes. And I've never heard somebody say that. I thought it was so cool. And just having that instant connection with a stranger is something that it's hard to explain to someone. So it's like, people ask all the time, like, how do you do it? Like, you haven't missed a Monday. That's pretty impressive. But when you get this kind of feedback, even if it's once a year, it's all the motivation you need to keep doing it, and it's just amazing.
100%. I like earlier on you were talking about how sometimes you might have someone on that could be perceived as a competitor. And, oh my goodness, why would you do that, right? But there's so much to be learned from those types of interactions. You know, there's such richness that can be discovered in that. I remember in the solar days, there'd be other installers that we would touch base with, and there's a camaraderie that wants to be formed or something that kind of can't. That this is a great venue for that. Whereas if you're both in the competitive space, it's tough to become friends.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I told this story on Nico's podcast, but there was a time when I was first getting into renewables, when I was with IGS Energy, IGS Solar, and I was calling SunEdison, and people are like, why? They're your biggest competitor, dude. It's like the biggest solar company in the world. What are you doing? I'm asking them, hey guys, like, what projects aren't you taking and why? And you know what? We took them. That's how we got into solar. We were doing the nonprofits that people couldn't underwrite. They were scared. How do we get debt? What we're going to do with a fund? You know, how do you look at them because they're not credit rated? And part of it was we didn't know what we didn't know, right? But hey, we'll take them and we'll figure it out and we'll create a business. And then when SunEdison went away, I think really what elevated my career was I got this phone call, and I've told this story multiple times today, and I'll never forget. I was in Disney World with my kids again. It seems like we go to Disney all the time. we don't, but the other time I was in Disney with my kids, and I'm sitting there by the pool, and I get this phone call, and it's somebody that said, hey, you know, did you hear the news? Like, yeah, I heard. Well, they had 18 megawatts of projects with Amazon, and we heard you were doing all the small stuff they didn't want. We'd like to give you a shot at it. I was like, you're kidding, right? Like, you know, I'm at Disney. Who is this?
Right.
And sure enough, you know, we executed on those, and they ended up being one of our largest clients for power purchase agreements. And that's what really, I think, elevated IGS at the time into the stratosphere and put me on the map. People started saying, hey, maybe this kid's onto something. He's talking to his competitors.
This kid's definitely onto something, I can tell you that. And what he's onto is relationship building, and that's what this whole conference is all about. It's one of the reasons, no doubt, that Spencer and Pat and the team at Enerflo hired you. You are a relationship building machine, and it's what you do best. And you know, it's why I said it made a whole lot of sense for you to help us and host the Industry Pulse. And I want to, in the essence of the fact that we've got about 10-15 minutes left here, and we could all three talk for an hour each. Just finish on one question. It's the daily roundup, but really this is the final roundup of the show. So I'm curious if there's a macro, sort of a meta theme through the many interviews you did and I did, that we can try to, in a sense, distill down a message that we're taking away for our audience, for our clients, about about where our industry is through the lens of the RE+ conference and our experience over the last 3 days. Nate, I prompted you a little bit, and Josh is just getting prompted with this question now, so I'll let you go first while he marinates the 17-minute answer.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's obvious, and I appreciate the heads up, but I think this is the easiest question. This is the biggest softball I've gotten all week, and the theme that I've seen from the industry pulse is that labor is going to be an issue if we don't start correcting some of the things in the industry that we can continue to do better.
Yes.
And there's a few ways you can solve that or augment that through tech and automation. That was kind of the theme. For those that listened or go back and listen, they'll notice this theme that came out in the industry pulse. And I mean, it was purposeful, it was thought out, especially through everyone I was talking to prior to having them on. And I think it played out exactly how I anticipated, and that's, hey, we have all these cool tech companies doing great things that can help you, they can help your customer, they can help your business, they can help you be more successful through streamlining processes, through efficiencies, through automation. And by the way, this industry is going to struggle hiring enough people, so we need to do, you leverage that tech. To continue to accelerate our growth. And it's obviously explosive growth. So I think that's the theme. But then on the other side of that is, well, okay, we're still going to need people.
Yeah.
And why aren't they flocking here, right? I think people just assume this is the solar industry or renewables. People are just going to flock here.
Climate tech.
Yeah, right. And that's just not the case. And I think that there were so many good points that the speakers brought up that I've personally learned so much about it. And just thinking about, it's one thing to attract talent, but you got to keep talent. And I think Alex had talked about that from Baywall RE. And she said, it's funny. She was the only one that was like, maybe there's not a labor shortage yet. But her thing was, it's one thing to attract them, but if you're not going to cultivate that and have that awesome culture to keep them, then really what are you doing? And I would say also the other theme I picked up, and especially talking to Abby today and at the end, and some of the speakers we had on yesterday, is just we still have a little bit more work to do with diversity and inclusion in the industry. And if we want to attract more people, then again, we have to have cultures and things in place that enable. We have to go out. We have to pound the streets. We got to get people. We got to put our arm around them and say, you're coming with me. We're bringing you into this industry. This is a fun industry. It's growing. There's tons of opportunity. We'll train you. You don't need a college degree. And we need to bring them along so that they see what we see. So that's what I hope the people got out of our segments. I know that's what I got. That's what I felt. That's the energy. And I hope that, it just inspires people to go out there and do just that.
Yeah.
You're coming with me.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, really, especially that notion of creating a welcoming industry for people from other environments to come and be a part of this. I certainly saw some articles talking about movement out of, Silicon Valley and kind of the current technical scene there and moving into here at that level, but across the entire American kind of society, we want to see that happen. I mean, I tend, when you asked the question just then, I thought of the impacts, the way that each of the different companies are trying to understand how the IRA is going to impact their business.
Right.
That's something that was just pretty much ubiquitous, right? Yeah. So, and things that really surprised me, and a lot of it was kind of speculative. Like, we kind of think it's going to go like this, but they weren't small pieces. It was like a complete game-changing result.
Right.
Like you were looking at load control panels, and and they're stacking up so many of the incentives, and I go, wait, hang on, before you get to there, I think it's already free. I mean, that's a really unique way of looking at being at a show and going, hey, this legislation just passed, and we're not sure, but this might actually be free now. I mean, literally, I saw that a handful of times. And then we talked to some other fellas that were, they were like bootstrapping young entrepreneurs creating amazing technology, and then maybe they hadn't really had a chance to read, some of the highlights of that. And I said to them, I think there might be a really special opportunity here for you.
Yeah.
And I kind of think, and for example, one company was a legit plug-and-play solar technology. The name is escaping me. Markstrom, is that the name of it? Yeah. So, but great guys, and they had a battery and then these flexible solar modules, and we're like, what is this? And it literally is a plug and play. Like if you have rent a house, you could put this in it, right?
Wow.
And then I started to say, hey man, you got to look at some of these things that are happening with the IRA. I think you're going to be applicable at this stage. And they're like, oh, that's awesome, man. I believe you're going to do that, you know? So I saw that across from every company, from the big boys like SolarEdge and Enphase, all the way through to guys like that are bootstrapping these awesome innovations. We're in a very dynamic, industry-changing time, and they're not small changes to people's businesses. They could be really like make it kind of changes.
Yeah. I'm glad that we left 45 minutes for the final roundup because we're going to need it. Last in 2019 when we did the podcast lounge, the roundups were 45 minutes to an hour, and it was fun. And we would go on and on like this, and I really enjoy it, which is why my podcast is often 60 plus minutes. So I agree on all fronts, and the labor shortage in our industry is not insignificant, and it's high time that we get off of the talent carousel where we create our own inflation by giving someone the same technical skill and a higher salary every 18 months to 2 years. And they go to the next company doing the exact same thing for $2 an hour more, and then they go to the next company 16 months later for $2 an hour more doing the exact same thing. And there's no standardized metric around what a Tech 1 versus Tech 2 versus Tech 3 on the roof or in the field is doing, and there's this confusion and a non-standard way that we're growing. And I heard that from people like Regan Moen, who runs O&M for Solve, one of the largest O&M providers in the United States. But at a macro level, when I think about the biggest takeaways that I had through this week, it really comes back to something that you said that it really resonates. We're moving from people being sold to people buying solar and the technology innovation around solar, which includes storage and smart home. And I'll amplify that by the fact that if you go around this trade show floor and if you listen to any of the conversations here, and I think that the SMA conversation is one that really, really well enunciates it, the message is maturing in this industry that attracts a consumer by doing the one thing that consumers care about, which is diminishing their discomfort, right? We have to think about the Nest. The reason that we had Hannah Bascom from Google talk about how Nest is growing, and the reason that Nest is probably the all-time best-selling smart home appliance out that's not Alexa is because it takes something so simple, the thermostat, and it allows you to make micro adjustments with automation, right? Algorithmic change in the life without having to think about it. It's literally set it and forget it. And oh, by the way, you can fix it if you want, if it actually makes your house too hot. It's not tied to demand response. It's not something scary like that. But it starts to slowly boil the frog, right? And get the consumer used to the idea that things are going to change and start catering to my needs without me needing to be a super tech wonk all the way on the left side of the change curve, right? Being an innovator or an early adopter. We're moving into the early majority to use the crossing the chasm parlance. And that message maturity you can see from companies like SMA and Span and Fluence and Sungrow, where even through the booth experience, you can see that they're not treating the installer the same way. They're not treating it as a hyper-technical experience. Rather, they're educating the consumer now through the installer. And the gaps that we saw are a lack of real training at scale, and a lack of people to take that training and become the solar army that we all envision, right? And I think that the other thing, I'll highlight two more things that stood out to me this week. Josh and I were on a panel with Mike Casey, and I'll give him all the credit for this because he points out all the time that we are an industry that lacks political action. For all of the beautiful, the bounty that is coming to us from the IRA, the petroleum industry outspends us 2,000 to 1. Like, stop and think about that. 2,000 to 1. The industry that creates enough FUD to drown us, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, is doing so to the tune of $4 billion. You can literally effectively go get a job as a professional fear creator in the petroleum industry. And it's easy to compete against our less than $500,000 that we raise in the 2 packs that matter for the industry. So the call to arms is more than just create content. It's more, which we love, right? And there are great content creators in this industry that are making beautiful content, but it really will amount to nothing if we don't pull out our wallets and go tell Congress what's important to us. Not just because the IRA is in existence will it matter. We have to keep at it, and we have to do it at scale. And the second thing that stood out to me, and this I think was like also illustrative of every single booth, beyond like everybody wants to be in the home, which is the tail is wagging the dog now. Solar is storage wins. In the IRA, storage wins. It's decoupled, the ITC is separate, and now you're gonna see every developer that was developing solar is now a storage developer that enables solar, because you can, let's face it, you can get interconnection with storage a whole lot faster and cheaper because it's a smaller footprint, and then you can concentrically build out beyond that storage. So those were the macro themes that I saw, and it's really an exciting time to be in this industry. The show is as vibrant as I've ever seen. Abby said a couple of hours ago, more than 25,000 attendees, and she expects this to be bigger in next year in Vegas.
You got the 25,000 number.
Yeah.
That was actually there. Yeah, we were all thinking it was going to hit
25,000. And that is the show, folks. You heard it. They just announced RE Plus 2022 is officially over, with the crescendo of the daily roundup finishing at the same time. I'd like to take a quick moment and again thank our team, thank the Real Life team for video streaming, thank Sungrow and Montague for sponsoring the live stream, thank Fluent, Sungrow, AES, Aurora, SolREIT, and SMA for being supporting sponsors, and last but certainly not least, Leyline Renewable Capital for helping us bring this daily roundup to you since Monday afternoon. Thanks to my co-host, Josh Porter, and our stand-in co-host here for our Industry Pulse, Nathan Jovanelly. Thank you for joining us for this show. I'm out.
Montague rapid shutdown, we were the first one to introduce the product to the market, really to provide the safety to the firefighters in the event of a fire.
We at Livebox Solar use Montague's rapid shutdown devices because not only do they meet code requirements, it's a very simplistic installation process.
We believe it's not just Montague, because we want to bring up the entire industry. Right? So for people to understand the rapid shutdown installation requirement, what is to make a system work most robustly.
You want the easiest solution to get your job in compliance, and that's what Montague provides.
The energy landscape is expanding. At Enverus, we're also expanding our power and renewable solutions to help you site, design, manage, and trade around your projects. We're excited to announce that Rated Power is now part of our global powerhouse of solutions. Intelligent connections for energy. Enverus.
When I think about renewables, I think about the people I love. I think about protecting our families, communities, and Mother Earth. Because we care deeply about creating a sustainable future, we're as concerned about our partners as we are about our families and communities. With decades of experience in comprehensive risk analysis and risk mitigation, we focus on ensuring the end-to-end success of renewable projects.